get access to the right data at the right time. So we have about 150 million records in our databases, ranging from stolen IDs to smuggled weapons to missing children. And all this data that police needs to do their work and to protect communities, we make it available. As an organization, we also provide operational and technical assistance support to countries, also to build up the capabilities of law enforcement and strengthen the capabilities of countries to protect communities.
So basically, if, for example, law enforcement, for example, police in one country requires some help,
which serves as a contact point for police to communicate. So basically, if a country is looking to locate a fugitive, they have a contact point in any country. And we also do so by building up the capabilities of police and giving them the training, the equipment, the data they need to look for either criminals or missing people.
So this work is probably done across very many different domains. Today we are talking about cyber criminals, the activity which is going on online. How do you come in with that? How prominent is the criminal activity which is going on online these days on your radar?
Yeah, so it's a very good question. So for us as Interpol, we see it through our member countries, and we see that financial fraud in particular is one of the highest threat concerns of all our countries, all our member countries. And as part of financial fraud, we also see like a very heightened sophistication of online fraud, thanks to the use of deepfakes and artificial intelligence. So this is something, a trend that we see very much since the COVID pandemic, because of the use of technologies that it really induced. And more we can see how AI technology becomes cheaper, more available, easier to use, and how it really is leveraged by criminal organized groups to trick people and to hide their identities.
Okay, could we bring in some examples on what are the things that cyber criminals do online? Because I see so many news about people losing millions and tens of millions of money to cyber criminals. What are the main kind of patterns being used these days?
It's a lot of them, but if we are looking at, for instance, the theme of this conference today, which is the use of ICTs to promote inclusivity on the job market, there are many of these trends that we see. So, for instance, deepfake. Deepfake is the use of AI technology to depict an individual in a situation which is highly realistic, but which never occurred. So basically, we see more and more the use of deepfakes by organized criminal groups to impersonate people, either to make it as they are a friend, they are a family member, or even a legitimate service provider. We also saw it recently in Panama, where some criminal organized group impersonated some public authorities, also to promote a fake investment platform. So whether it's at the level of, I would say, that the society or at the individual level, with the use of artificial intelligence to produce phishing email, to impersonate people, to create fake information on job ads. These are all the new tricks that we see happening, and it can be everything. It's what we call synthetic media, and it ranges from impersonating individuals, but also faking the voice, faking IDs. We have a lot of different modus operandi, if I can say.
Yeah, I recently got a text message from our post office, and they said, well, you have an incoming package from United States. For reference, I'm from Estonia, so I had an incoming package from United States, and they said, well, we just need €2 of a service fee, so please put your credit card details here. And I obviously didn't, because I didn't order anything from the United States, and nobody sends me gifts. But it's a clear pattern where they want to for example, get your credit card details. This is one example, right?
Yeah, exactly. So there are all these online scams in place for you to either share data, and whenever you share personal data, you put yourself at risk, or also for you to send money. What works very well in online fraud is exactly what you just read, is to trick people to send very small amount of money. It's very small amount, even if you at some point are aware that you got tricked, you don't really report on it, it wasn't a lot. But when you see the volume of people affected, you really have networks behind who are making a lot of money out of this like €2 you're going to spend on your parcel, plus all the data that you're probably going to be given to these people, and then who are going to use it against you.
So we mentioned deepfakes a couple of times, and we actually do have a video prepared by Interpol for that. Before we go to the video, though, could you really briefly explain what we're about to see?
So this video, it's part of the Think Twice campaign. It's a campaign that Interpol has launched to the public to very much promote conscious and informed choices for people whenever they are exposed to online content. So in this video, you're going to see, it's a 30 seconds, and it illustrates how a criminal uses artificial intelligence to fake a profile. In this case, it's a lady, and this person is joining a meeting online on her behalf. He generates her visual identity, her speech, and you basically have in front of you someone that you really think it exists, or even someone you know, and it's absolutely not.
Okay, let's play the video and see how it goes. All right. We clearly are illustrating the way AI, artificial intelligence, is helping, sadly, the cyber criminals into committing more fraud. I want to touch on the aspect of people with disabilities here. Here in Zero Project Conference, we hear a lot of good things AI does. For example, the technology of voice cloning enables people which, with speech impairments, enables them to talk. So there's, the way I see this right now, it's like a two-edged sword, or the metal has two sides, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So, and I think the example you take on synthetic voice is a very good example, because, and we heard it a lot, like during this conference, how much those synthetic audio have been able to help people with speech impairment, and how much also they've been able to enhance virtual assistants. And we listened to that yesterday, and it's obviously like an amazing mean for the disability community to access to more services and to be more included in the society. Yet what we see at Interpol is also the ability of criminals to exploit vulnerabilities. We see organized crime group recruiting collaborators to identify potential victims, to identify more vulnerable targets. And as part of these targets, obviously, the disability community can be a more vulnerable target, I would say, for different reasons, right? Because you have like physical or cognitive impairment, which are not going to allow you to really see, you know, like for instance, those deep fakes and any maybe mistakes that someone could see. Or you also have like the social isolation, and it's something that criminals exploit in any case, whether you have a disability or not. Like social isolation, it's something that criminals are going to exploit, as well as like emotional vulnerability. So you really have a lot of different factors, including the disability community reliance on technologies, like physical, cognitive impairment, also like your social situation, your emotional situation. And then you have a big pot of vulnerabilities that criminals are always happy to exploit.
Yeah, indeed. I understand that one of their great tactics is to isolate people from their security net, from their family, from their friends, so that you will be isolated. Let's go back to the campaign. Think twice, right? What is it all about? What can we all do, or what is your message to people in terms of the topics we've been talking about?
Yeah, thank you, Jakob. So more and more we see that deepfakes in particular, but online fraud is becoming so sophisticated that even for human, it's difficult to identify that is fake. So the only, or at least like the more effective way to answer this is to be more cautious. And this is what the Think Twice campaign is. It's about telling people, verify identities, be cautious when you receive like an email or a request which is unfamiliar. Be rational in your choice. Talk to your friends and family. Be cautious about online relationships, above all if it involves money. And just think twice whenever you are the subject of something that can really harm you as a person or can harm people around you. And this is very much what the Think Twice campaign is. For us, as a police organization, to already raise awareness within the public of all those scams which exist.
And I assume it's also critical to report the issues. So I assume a lot of people are quite embarrassed when they realize that they've been scammed, right?
Yeah, that's exactly what is the other problem. And this is also what we as an organization, we very much promote, is the reporting. There is the real under-reporting of like frauds in general, from online frauds. Usually people are ashamed. They don't want to talk about it. They are being isolated. They don't talk about it with their family. They don't talk about it with their friends. They don't report to police. But this is exactly what criminals want. It's like to isolate people. What we want is for people to go out with it, to report, to talk with friends and family, and to go to police. For us, to be able to protect people better and also to understand the threat better.
I think the cyber criminal situation is very interesting because I believe AI helps us also to catch those. We are almost out of time. I can just bring in very quickly a personal example. A friend in need reached out one day on Messenger and texted me that, can I borrow them some money? And we usually didn't talk about this thing. So I immediately decided, okay, sure, why not? But then the alarm bells in my brain started ringing. So I called them up on another platform to see if they are real and they had a real issue, and they did, unfortunately. So a good example, and it's not embarrassing to do this with friends.
Absolutely.
Florian, so much gratitude for raising those topics. I thank you very much for staying with us today.
Thank you.
And be safe out there online. If you talk to somebody, if you're watching us online, are real. We're not deepfakes, hopefully. So thank you for your time. We'll take a little break here, and the next Fireside Chat will be back.
Thank you.
Hello and good morning and good afternoon to everyone else who's watching us from other areas of the world. This is a Fireside chat. I'm Michael Fembeck. I'm the CEO of the Zero Project, and I'm delighted to have Mira Shinoy as a guest for this Fireside. Mira Shinoy is the founder and CEO of Youth for Jobs, a large Indian disability service provider and a good friend as well, and the co-organizer of the Zero Project India conference and many other partnerships that we have developed in these past years. So welcome, Mira.
Hi, Michael. So good to be here. And yes, it's a good afternoon. I'm missing being there this year, and therefore it's still good to at least see and participate virtually.
Okay, Mira, let's kick it off by you introducing yourselves and Youth for Jobs in some 2 or 3 minutes, so that we get the context of the work of yours that we are discussing in the next question.
Sure. So Youth for Jobs, the vision of Youth for Jobs is that every youth with disability should be out of poverty and active and independent. And the pathway we use is what we know best, which is upskilling the youth and linking them to a sustained livelihood, which means either a job or an enterprise. Because this work is challenging, we do it through a whole range of partnerships in India itself, from government to community to not-for-profits, educational institutions, and civil society. The work is at scale. It's in pan-India. We work with 18 disabilities, and our skilling programs are at different levels depending on the geography, depending on the educational level and the disability. So we work at the grassroots, and that gives really the reach, because as you know, in India and developing countries, almost 69% is in rural areas, and those are the most vulnerable because they're completely cut off from markets. So we train those youth, both young men and women with disabilities, and then we link them to sustained either jobs or enterprises. Women are increasingly becoming important for us too. We're very happy to work on several areas with the Zero, which is women with disabilities. That's called We Do, the grassroots project of ours, and now the new area which we're going to talk in this chat about, co-vulnerabilities.
Yeah.
Michael, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Mira, for this excellent introduction of Youth for Jobs and for your work. And what we learned, and this is what I would like to get a little background on what this actually means. We are discussing, and we are quite interested in your new focus on, as you just mentioned, co-vulnerabilities. So what is it? Why you're taking this as an approach? How do you frame co-vulnerabilities?
Co-vulnerabilities is an area where you actually do look at the intersectionality. For example, you have gender, but when it's women with disabilities, then those get neglected. Likewise, you have climate issues. Climate affects several people, but for people with disabilities, because they're so invisible, no one tracks them. Likewise, in India, caste is important more than color. So if you have Dalits with disability, again, completely invisible, 100%, 200%. So what that means is that in this whole space of co-vulnerabilities, Michael, since innovations are so important and they are actually the heart of the Zero Project, what we really need to do is to have a focused approach to get innovative solutions in this space for the co-vulnerable, and then see how we can scale them up.
Yeah, so did a good job in explaining what the subject is, what the topic is. Also, I think we all agree that innovations are needed and working together, but I trust knowing your work, you have a quite specific approach how to tackle this, how to get this into action. So what's your plan to action in relation to co-vulnerabilities?
So let's begin with women with disabilities, because that's one of the space which we've been looking at together, where you help us with our networks. Now, if you look at women with disabilities, almost 44% of the population of disabled is women. They are 3 times less educated, at least 2 times less employed, and 2 to 3 times more prone to sexual exploitation compared to gender. Uh, very little work has been done in this space. So we have begun looking at a project on the invitation of the government uh, in the southern state of Karnataka. And the project is to actually sensitize the women groups who they have to disability and to economically empower 60,000 women with disabilities. The whole approach is a very community-driven approach to build their capacities, work on policies, and put these assets in a common space so that the other governments, other state governments can look at it. So before we do this, as a precursor of our work, Michael, we mounted a study which has just come out and which will get launched on Monday, which is unlocking women's ability to build a strong ecosphere to empower women with disabilities.
So
Broadly, what were the fund?
just could you
Yes, Michael.
give us a little, there's a new publication, so could you give us some more
Yes.
details on what's in it and where to find it?
Yeah. It gets launched on Monday with the government. So then it'll go on both the government linkage and on our website, which is www.youthforjobs.org. What we found was that because of the attitudes which other women have, leave alone the male, to women with disabilities, what was happening was they were afraid to take any kind of risks, afraid to take loans to set up an enterprise. They were not participating in any of the group meetings. They said they had no role models. And because they had no voice, the banks thought that they were unbankable. So they could not, have any access to any savings. The other aspect we found out was that uh, many of them were not digitally literate. In fact, most of them. And this means that the existing government schemes which are meant for the disabled, they were not aware of it. They were not aware of the fact that they could have access to assistive tech, and therefore the entitlements got lost, which was really a pity. And the third was all of them wanted trainings, whether for jobs or for employment, because every woman wants money in her pocket. She says, I need it so that I can educate my kid better, we can have better access to health. So it was very clear that women with disabilities face exclusion. And if you don't have a focused approach, then you cannot work on the livelihoods, and there are no financial pathways for economic empowerment. And we all know that economic and social empowerment go together.
Thank you, Mira. Now let's move over to the second topic within your new framework, which is climate change. What's your? I think we all have a basic understanding of that this is not affecting everyone at the same time, but people with disabilities are more affected. What's your angle and what's your approach and with when it comes to climate change and disability?
I think the biggest worry is the stark data when you look at it, Michael, because in India, they say the data shows that about 45 million people by 2050, and at least 85% of our districts are at risk because of the extreme climate changes which are going to happen, whether it's through heat waves, whether it's through flood, drought, or cyclone. And this, as we all know, intensifies the risk for persons with disabilities because they're completely vulnerable. In countries like India, they are not in all the official databases, and thus they also get excluded from policy intervention. So just to expand it a little more, uh, there are several unaddressed barriers for them. For example, what happens happens is that how can, and many of these can be addressed, for example, by assistive tech. For example, when there's a climate disaster, the most prominent challenge is mobility. We all know very well that it's challenging for persons with disabilities with limited mobility to flee the area, you know, whether it's whether it's in flood or whatever, because public transport is certainly not possible. But if we invest in assistive tech, which looks at mobility aids, which looks at accessible transport devices, these can play a very, very crucial role in addressing mobility challenges, ensuring timely and safe evacuation. And of course, you know, you need to invest in specialized training.
Yeah, thank you for pointing this out. So it gives us a little understanding of some areas where climate change hits already people with disabilities more than other people, mobility, evacuation, but there's definitely more. There's water shortages, there's the heat. I think you have a more general approach how to research and how to get a grip on this topic to even understand the needs and the all the angles and dimensions of this fast and steady growing crisis response, as we call it in the Zero Project. So what's your call to action or your work in that area?
Yeah, I think the call to action is it's very clear that the field's progression, if you need to look at an important space like co-vulnerability, the field's progression is based on building a credible knowledge base. You need to bring all the actors together. You need to align them on a common agenda, build connections, direct our resources to these underserved areas, and finally influence policy. I think that's the goal we should set about, and what better agenda or what better occasion than the Zero Project, which has so many interested stakeholders to build this common agenda, Michael, for co-vulnerabilities.
Is there something concrete on your end that has already been done or started? And I ask you for a short answer because I would also like to follow up this. What we as the Zero Project are doing is to wrap up this session.
Yeah. So I think what we are doing is that we are looking, as I said, these subsectors: women with disability, climate-induced migrants, or climate-induced, what it means for women, for persons with disabilities, and then to look at Dalits with disabilities. So we've begun by the first study, which is for women with disabilities. So one by one, we'll start looking at this. But more important, I think what we have done for the women with disabilities is we brought together all the important stakeholders who work on gender, okay, and who look at economic empowerment, and who are interested in impact. So this way we bring, and of course the government. So we're bringing all these stakeholders together to get them interested in the space of women with disability, which is one of the area of co-vulnerability. And that's what we plan to do for all the others.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Mira. So I mentioned already, but also again for the audience here, there's a close cooperation between the work of Youth for Jobs in India and the Zero Project here in Vienna, but with its global outreach and your focus on climate change that you mentioned, and you described some examples of what this means in practice, will be one of the core focus area of the next Zero Project call for nominations. So when this Zero Project conference is over, not immediately, but a few weeks later, we start with the next research topic. We have this research cycle. So the next upcoming topic is accessibility, which includes also technology. But for the first time, we add crisis response as a really broad and focused research topic, understanding the needs that you described, Amira, but also reflecting many other people's interest and willingness also to cooperate and to build new shared knowledge networks on that. And this is what we also mean by giving a focus on the Zero Project on next year's topic of crisis response. So Stay tuned with the Zero Project. If you have outstanding innovations, if you want to collaborate, if you want to contribute, the next year's Zero Project research is also on crisis response. With this, thank you, Mira, for joining in. It was a pleasure having you as always. We meet each other in India at the Zero Project India conference in November. With this, I'm closing this fireside chat. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. And welcome all to Zero Project India conference in November.
Thank you.
we introduce each other?
Then you talk to each other. Then it's not problem just for the start that you look to the audience. This would be nice.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Good. Is there anything else I can do?
No, then you do.
But Christoph, if you want to, then I can start as well, as you wish. As you like.
Yeah.
So I will start.
You're
Good. Okay. So I will start then and saying, hello, dear audience, hello, everybody.
Welcome to the second day of this
Because I don't know.
Zero Project conference.
Yes. And
Today we are having this Fireside chat
perfect.
with Christoph about
And I give you an assign to start.
Sorry?
I give you an assign to start.
Do we need to switch them on?
no, I think they should be on.
How close?
I don't hear anything yet.
Ah, this one.
Yes.
30 seconds. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the second day of the Zero conference here in Vienna, in the Vienna International Center. Today we will have a fireside chat where we will discuss the two networks, the UN Disability Inclusion Network and the League of Extraordinary People from the Dutch MFA. And the two of us who will explain these two networks, this is myself, Sotiris Makopoulos, and Christoph Ephraim from the Dutch MFA. Myself, I'm a middle-aged, white European man wearing glasses, brown hair, green eyes, you won't see that probably, having a blue suit today, a dark blue with a red tie. And Christoph, maybe you want to explain how you look today?
Yes, I'm Christoph Ephraim, co-founder of what we call it Foreign Affairs Onbegrensd BZ, or Foreign Affairs Without Borders, and also from the League for Extraordinary People, here with many people with a delegation. And I'm wearing also a blue suit, glasses, a yellow tie, and I wear a hat. It's also a blue hat that suits with my suit. And so, we are here to have a chat together to introduce our networks to you. And so I want to ask Sotiris about the Disability Inclusion Network here at Vienna. Could you introduce what your network is, what you do, and also what you're aiming towards? What are your goals?
So, thanks, Christoph. Our network here consists actually of employees, people who are working in this building from all different organizations here. The Vienna International Center here in Vienna has about 5,000 people in this building. We are all volunteers. We are not being paid for it. And we are all affected by disabilities, either ourselves or having family members with disabilities. And it is not an endeavor by one organization or one entity, but actually it's cross-organizational. So our members are from all organizations that you have in the building, the IAA, UNIDO, CTBTO, UNOF, and even other ones. And what makes us special in a certain way, it is that we are a network that was initiated in a bottom-up way. contrary to other networks where you know there is at a certain point in order to start something from the top, we just gathered ourselves because all of us knew 1 or 2 or 3 colleagues in this building with something similar, but we managed to organize ourselves and now we are about 80 members. And our main work, because you spoke about goals, Christoph, our main work is actually peer support. So we are helping ourselves. To give you an example, it's a very simple thing. A new colleague comes here to the building from abroad, let's say with a child with a disability. And when he comes to our network, we will go together for coffee and we will look for another colleague in the network with a similar case. And we try to bring them together. And this bringing together for 1 hour can already change the whole world for that person, because it will give that person a lot of information, especially if the other one is already a few years down the road. So this peer support is our main work, and this is still our biggest achievement, and I'm very proud of it, because we managed to help a lot of colleagues by using this approach. If I come now to the league, because I think this is what the audience is interested in, our 2 networks are similar in a certain way because we're changing the world to something better, but at the same time we have some differences. We are somehow bound to this building, which is a limitation that we did for ourselves because we didn't have the resources to support more people. But at the same time, we have colleagues from all over the organizations that we have here. So it's not just one organization. While the league is different because actually you are somehow from 1 or 2 organizations. It's actually the Dutch MFA, but at the same time you're spread all over the world.
Yes, and actually at the Dutch MFA, there the league is only 2 years old. But in 2018, the first league was founded at the Dutch real estate agency. And that was also because some people with a disability at the Dutch government, they face challenges. It's like, how do I advance my career? Or how do I talk actually about my disability to my employer, my boss? And so this league was founded, and in 2019 the League for Extraordinary People of the Dutch government was founded, and last year we celebrated our first lustrum. And we have now also a budget of 100,000 euros, which is really amazing and allows us to be here and talk here with you. And also that, 2 years ago, then the League for Foreign Affairs was founded. And nowadays we have 18 leagues across the Dutch national government, at departments, executive agencies, and the League is like the sort of the umbrella that brings them all together and connects them all. Now, an important aspect for us is, I think, 5 goals or 5 pillars. Starting with physical accessibility. It's like, can you drive in a wheelchair to the building? Or walk there safely with a stick? Another one is digital accessibility. It's like, can you use the platforms that we have? Do we have like accessibility software that everyone can use and that doesn't run into problems with the ICT systems? Do you also have social accessibility? That is focusing on if I need a system and am I dependent on the agreement of my team leader, or can I go there directly? And then it's also, of course, advocacy. That's also why we're here. We want to make ourselves known so that everyone knows we're here, the League and DIN. And then we also have like improving HR policies so that everyone gets equal treatment. And that's for us very important. So for you here the focus is then peer-to-peer support. For us we have these 5 things. And also another special thing that we will do is that we're going to talk to the Secretary Generals of Education, of the Department of Home Affairs, also Social Affairs. And that because in the highest management organs, they do want to support this, but often it's like, how can we do it? What we do is like, we can help them to help us. And how is that for you? What are the things that you will be focusing on in the months to come?
Thanks, Christoph. You brought up two things that are actually very interesting. First one, where you spoke about the 5 pillars.
Yes.
All these areas we are touching as well. Unfortunately, today we have just 15 minutes, so we won't be able to go into the details. But there was another important thing you brought up, and I think this is of importance, especially for our audience today, because the context is here to learn for other people in other places how they could build up something similar like what we are doing. You spoke about your budget, and I'm really impressed what you managed to organize. In our case, we don't even have a bank account yet, which sounds funny, but we managed till now all of our events, and we did a lot of them, to get the support of our staff councils. So our staff councils were actually paying for them together. And of course, here in the building, we have the wonderful support from our organizations that we are allowed to use conference rooms whenever they are not booked for other things. So money is a wonderful thing to have because it manages, I mean, in your case, it's not possible without it, you have to travel. But sometimes you can change already the world without having any money, just by doing the right things. So in case you are already planning to build something up like us, don't be shy. And another thing that you brought up, if I might, because you said you will speak with your general secretaries, and this is something that is important for these kind of networks like we are doing, because both of us are actually in a certain way a bottom-up approach. If you start bottom-up, it is very important that you really include the people who have a skin in the game. Without it, it will never work. So if you have people included who are just doing it because it's a job, it's not bad, but of course, you know, they will do it just from the morning till the evening, and then, well, it's just a job. It's important to have people included who are affected directly and are really, you know, interested in getting the cause forward. And as a bottom-up approach, you will manage to get these people together, you manage to do things like we did our peer support, but at a certain point, it is important that you connect to your heads of organizations, your general secretaries. You need the support or just the acknowledgement in order to change the culture. The culture in your places, in your organizations, in whatever you're working, companies. And for that, everybody in the company needs to see that the people who are on the top are supporting that cause. And this changes everything. This is our experience here. We ran a lot of events for awareness raising, but we have the support from the heads of our VBOs, and we are so grateful for it because this really changed the culture in this building. So now everybody sees that having a disability or having a family member with a disability, it is not to be considered a problem. These people just need a little bit more flexibility, and at the end, they're performing sometimes much, much more than other people. Because all of us have it somehow that we want to prove to the world that we can do our job. So we are sometimes even doing 110% to prove it. So there's a benefit for the organizations, a benefit for the companies to support these kind of endeavors.
I cannot agree more with what you said, and that is also because often you run into extra challenges as an employee with a handicap. So what we do is actually we bring something extra. We're creative, come with solutions. So at a public service, be it a municipality, or even until the highest level at a federal ministry or multilateral organizations like here, this provides for us the opportunity to really engage, bring something of added value, and it's wonderful that you said like here the peer-to-peer support, because although it's not a very official thing for the league, it's what we do all the time. We help each other grow stronger, and also like it's just that idea. You're not alone. There's probably other people here at your organization, and you can help them. And that's why, like Sotiris, I want to invite you that if you have a similar organization as the Disability Inclusion Network here or the League for Extraordinary People, approach us. We want to get to know you. And also, if you're very keen to set up a similar network like us, then come also to us, because we would also really like to engage with you so that, yeah, you can set up a similar network, or also that we can learn from you, from your experience about how it's organized your public sector.
So thanks, Christoph. You brought it up nicely. If you plan to do something similar, or you have already done something, we have wonderful two examples of how we did it in a total different setting. So we did it within a building, and you in the league did it spread all over the world. So depending on how your solution is needed to be done, you can approach one of us or both of us, and we will do our best to assist with best practices and our experience. Because at the end of the day, it is us who have to make the change. We have to put the efforts to make the workplaces accessible for all of us.
Yes, so that we can help you to also help us, and vice versa. Thank you. Wow. Thanks for that.
Christoph, thank you. It was a wonderful experience.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Zero Project Fireside Chats. We are here in the United Nations, and you, if you're watching us online, well, you are wherever you are. We are now going to talk about a project called Trouble Gang. If you are an employee, you might encounter people called Trouble Gang at some point, and they are causing trouble in their own way, although not that trouble you would need to flag your security for, at least we hope so. I'm going to talk about and I'm going to welcome here virtually Michaela Graskova from the OKROK, a recruitment company from Czech Republic. Hello, Michaela. Can you hear us?
Hello. Nice to meet you, Jacob.
Great to meet you too, and we can hear you loud and clear here in Vienna. So let's start and talk a little bit about employment, and maybe it would be great to start with if you could give us a little explanation or a background. How does the employment sector for people with disabilities work in the Czech Republic at the moment? How is it all set up?
Hello, everybody, again. Here in Czech Republic, maybe it's a little bit similar to other countries, but practically in Czech Republic, we have different types of labor markets called protected labor market and open labor market. The protected one is actually supported by government, and they are mostly employed people with disabilities. Those companies who are on the protected market, they are supported but financial amounts by government, and so they are somehow dealing with the more comfortable environment for people with disabilities. And there are the other market, open labor market, which are the other companies and organization here in Czech Republic, which actually they have less opportunities to get special financial amounts to support people with disabilities.
And this is one of the parts where you and the OKROK comes in. So what is it you do?
OKROK, maybe in English, step ahead, tries to help people with disabilities and employers on an open labor market to connect together, actually. And we help mainly employers on an open labor market to find the right places, to right job places for people with disabilities. Maybe more understand people with disabilities, and all the connections we still think that helps the social support, and the problematic will be more inclusive here in Czech Republic.
So it spans quite many domains and quite many areas. So you mentioned that a lot of people are right now still working in the protected work environments. How is it going with moving people to the open labor market? What would be the biggest barriers from your point of view to cross?
I think the biggest barrier is somehow I would call it like two parts. There's a problem with some self-confidence, the people with disabilities or their motivation to go to the open labor market. And then I can see many troubles in the open labor market and employers organizations, so they can actually have not such a motivation to employ those people with handicaps. Maybe it's because here in Czech Republic we have a special law that what governments think is really motivating for normal organizations. This law or act is actually helping or motivating or offers to employers three types of filling this law. One is that the employers must employ people with disability, Then the other option is that they can buy some services or products from the companies who are on the protected labor market, and if those organization doesn't feel any of those two options, they have to pay money to the government. So sometimes I think they is more or less motivating to this organization to just pay the money and don't bother with the people with the disabilities, because the effectiveness of the organization and companies on the open labor market is actually the most.
So you've set up a project, or part of your job is called Trouble Gang. So what is the trouble you're causing?
Yeah, actually, a trouble gang. It's a those are my colleagues. It's a group of 4 people with disabilities. We have a colleague with visual disability, with a hearing disability. We have a colleague on a wheelchair, and with intellectual disability. Together with our colleagues, we go to the open market employers, to their environment, to actually check or find barriers, troubles actually, what they can meet if they want to employ colleagues with disability.
So you approach the employers and say, we come and help to identify the barriers and help them fix them.
Yeah.
What do the
Yeah.
employers say? Because you explained the other alternatives they have, either to pay for the government, etc. What is the tendency among the employers? How are they responding to that?
Yeah, it's Jacob. It's a hard work, actually. uh, um, we've been still finding some kind of motivation, and nowadays I can feel that the social responsibility is more and more getting or increasing. So I'm really happy about it. And they somehow, I mean, the companies, they are still somehow searching the ways how and where they can employ. And they have really no idea about barriers. And our trouble gang sometimes is really surprising for the employees and actually for us too. That's why we use trouble gang for searching the troubles actually in the companies.
And hopefully, once Trouble Gang visits, they identify the troubles. Do employees actually fix those?
Sometimes, yeah, sometimes. I would love to say always, but still, they maybe we help them identify the troubles or the problems or the barriers. But sometimes it's such a difficult decision for them that they will take time, and sometimes the time will maybe have like a year. But usually, if it's something easier, we help them to fix something really easy, not even I don't know, for example, change the doors because the people on a wheelchair, they can go in, for example. But if there is only some easy change, for example, people with vision disability. Those are mainly the administrative position that we only maybe fix the bigger screen, or make the size of letters bigger, and it's easy. But they really, a lot of employees doesn't even think about the changes, so we help sometimes with these easy things.
So once the assessment is done and you fixed some of the problems, do you see the employers open up and actually hire people with disabilities? Does it also help with the labor market?
Yes, what I've mentioned, those are the technical maybe barriers. But I can see, and what I've noticed since I've been in Okarok, the main barrier is or are actually people, colleagues and team leaders. So that's why we've decided, first of all, together with Trouble Gang, inspire people or maybe motivate the team leaders in the companies together with HR departments in all companies to somehow more invite healthy people to the world of handicapped people. And that time, maybe 3 years ago, happened that we realized that we need some kind of training or workshop. And it was really hard to think about how to do it. So that's why I asked my Trouble Gang, and we go with those people with handicaps to the companies and encourage maybe the employers, team leaders, to talk with the people with disabilities and maybe try their handicaps. And I can see this is the most important part of the motivation, actually, how to have a handicapped colleague in their workplace.
So do you have any concrete, like maybe examples of companies you've worked with who have pivoted, who have changed their approach to the topic after you've worked with them? What has been maybe the most successful project or a successful company at recent times?
There are actually quite a lot. We have only 9 minutes, so I have to choose one. It's Amazon. Maybe that's the famous company we cooperate with. Maybe all of you can imagine what Amazon does. So when HR department asked us to cooperate and concentrate on the actually storage when we wanted to or they ask us to cooperate and have people with intellectual disability as colleagues in their storages, and we after we agreed about the cooperation, we went there together with Trouble Gang. We actually didn't find as many troubles as we expected. But the support of the Trouble Gang was really important for us to choose the right persons with intellectual disabilities. And together with the HR departments of Amazon, we have to change quite a lot, actually, to make the people with intellectual disabilities more comfortable to work on the big storage area in Amazon. Mainly, we have to set up their part-time jobs, because there were only, I think, 12 hours working, or 12 working hours. So it wasn't absolutely suitable for our clients with intellectual disability. So we have to set up the 6 hours, time hours to be more comfortable. And now there are 4 people have been working there already more than 6 months, and they are together quite happy. Now Amazon asked us to have workshops for their team leaders to be more comfortable with communication with those people. So that's our project.
This is an excellent example. We have, unfortunately, less than a minute left here. So I'm going to quickly ask you how, with a few words or maybe a few or 2 tips, what would you suggest other companies to do? What is the biggest issue they can fix today?
Where to start? That's actually the most frequently question they ask me when I visit HR departments in companies, where we should start. It's the start is invite government, invite troubling, and to see whether your environment and your job places are suitable for the people with disabilities, and don't think about only wheelchair. Usually when I have a meeting with the HR departments, the first barrier or the first answer is, oh no, they can't be employed here because we don't have we have barriers, we are not able to employ wheelchair people. So please, all employers in the world, don't think only about the wheelchair. And there are many people with disabilities, hearing, visual, intellectual, and so and so. So please think that you can help any people with disabilities. If you are connected with organization, they can help you. And first of all, be very smart about where the people work and with whom.
Excellent.
So the main, yeah, it's, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, so many great topics, so many great thoughts. We could spend hours here. Unfortunately, our time is up. You can find Michaela online through the OKROK and continue those conversations. Michaela, thank you so much for your time and staying with us here. We will have a little break. We open up the lunch, I think, in the back there. We will be back with a fireside chat, I think, in 4 minutes. So thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Engaged in the arts, so we might connect later on after this meeting.
That sounds fantastic. Yeah, for sure.
Oyen,
so
right?
That's Oyen. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, hello everybody here at the Vienna UN Center and outside digitally. I like to greet and meet you here now at the Fireside chat with the title The Reality of Working in the Arts for Creators, Performers and Exhibitors. My name is Niels. I work for Capito Mecklenburg-Vorpommern, where I'm the director and I'm also engaged in the arts, and especially in the inclusive arts. And I'm, very interested now and proud to meet Oyen Nash from the project of Inclusion for All and Suisha Arts. Hi, Oyen. Maybe you'd like to introduce yourself to the audience.
Sure. Thank you, Niels, and hello to everybody at the Zero Project. I'm sorry not to be able to be there, but very happy to be with you online. My name is Owen Nash. I'm based in Cork in Ireland. I'm a researcher in the area of inclusive arts at University College Cork, supported by Research Ireland. And I also work for a disability service provider organisation called Horizons. We're a large organisation based in the south of Ireland, working primarily with people with intellectual disabilities and autism, with about 1,000 staff. And my role there is manager of arts and creative arts therapies. And I want to share a little bit about some of what we're experiencing on the ground in the projects that we're currently working on.
Okay, yeah, Oyen, thank you very much for this general information. How did it come up that you started working on Suisha Arts? What is it about? What is the aim of Suisha Arts? Maybe you can give us a few informations about that.
Sure. So Suisha Arts was founded in 2014. I've been involved with this work for over 20 years now in terms of arts practice and disability arts work. I founded this Suisha Arts in 2014 to look at opportunities for creatives and intellectually disabled artists to find more opportunities to platform their work, to influence education systems, and to also work towards kind of employment opportunities in the arts for the artists that I work with.
Okay, yeah, thank you. And how does it work? I mean, how many people did you reach out in this project? Who are the partners? And what was the baseline when you started at the beginning?
Okay, well, I suppose in our education programs, firstly, we have maybe 150 people accessing our education programs on a weekly basis. That's internal, supported by Cork Education and Training Board here in Ireland. And in addition to that, then we have this kind of primarily the thing I'm going to share with you today about is these community employment programs. And essentially what these are like apprenticeship models, because we know that there is a lack of educational opportunities for people to professionalize within the higher education systems and in other educational systems. So we're looking at a practice-based model for development up to 4 years on what we're calling community employment schemes. Now, these schemes are funded by the Department of Social Protection in Ireland. And what they do is they allow people who are on long-term unemployment, people with disabilities who are on disability allowances, to come into a work environment for up to 4 years and to work specifically with us on developing their practice.
Okay,
so
and
we've been,
go ahead,
sorry,
please.
go ahead. So we've been working with a range of artists now in different fields, for example, film, photography, visual arts, theatre makers, dancers, musicians, rappers. And these artists come onto our program, and over those 4 years, we really support their time and their practice as they develop their skill sets in this kind of more apprenticeship-based model towards employment. So we're looking at developing their profile with them, working with them, and how they want to be represented in the arts sector. And we're also then working in the mainstream sector, trying to bridge those gaps that exist. So for working with employers and how we might bridge those gaps where they exist for people, and also supporting training and development with these artists towards opening up new opportunities and sustainable opportunities within the arts sector.
Okay, yeah, that sounds great. Could you specify what kind of gaps, barriers do you face, and what are the major turnouts or changes in the lives of these people that are educated in inclusive arts? Could you give some specific examples, please?
Okay, so I think a first key gap is these developmental opportunities to work within professions. So often the work of artists might be not platformed. It doesn't get the same exposure as as maybe the mainstream artists do. So there's a barrier there initially in terms of the opportunities to get the work platformed or shared. I think one of the big things is one of the big gaps really is within the mainstream sector. There's a lack of knowledge on how to support artists and being sustained within settings like that. So there's a fear of how to go about business with disabled artists, with the artists I work with, intellectually disabled artists. And I think that is also a barrier. There's also the obvious barriers of the physical barriers and physical barriers that exist within settings, for example, within where exhibitions are being held, or theatres that may not have fully accessible spaces for audiences or performers. So what we have here is an array of kind of physical barriers, attitudinal barriers, and systemic barriers that are kind of built on ableist kind of attitudes. And now what we need to do is try and work with artists to really discover and find ways through those barriers to bridge those gaps. And that work is happening. So I just want to recognize that this is, I'm one project of many across the world who are working towards this inclusive model of work. But these gaps still seem to be present. And my own research with University College Cork is highlighting that. I'm doing a participatory artistic research project with intellectually disabled artists. And really the data that's coming from that research is showing that people really are still finding themselves trying to overcome a range of different barriers to work as artists. If I might just add one last thing before you come back, and that is one of the big issues that we have here is kind of holding a social floor for people. So what I mean by that is people who might be on social supports, for example, disability allowance, or in some stages, these community employment funded schemes. Often they feel that there is a risk to moving into employment, that their allowances will be reduced or taken from them if they move into the professional sphere. And of course, we all know that the arts sector is a very challenging environment for anybody to work in, and sustainability within that sector is very challenging. So we need to think about how we can support artists to work towards a career of choice, but also have the support of these kind of social protections that allow people to explore, and where support, where floors are required, that they remain in place and are not removed from people. And I think that's another thing we need to consider.
Yeah. Are there any strengths where the politics, the Irish Department of Social Welfare Department, could make progress and some change on these problems you just described? Who could be the problem solvers?
Well, we had a meeting with the Commission not so long ago, and one of the things our artists are finding is that when they're doing advocacy work around arts, and as we move throughout the European Union, that artists that I work with have been receiving letters about why they're moving outside of the country for more than 2 weeks of the year. I think what social protection and governments and at a European level, what we really need to look at is this freedom of movement for citizens, which is a value, of course, of the European Union, and how we can support that, and that there would not be risks. So I think we do need our political leaders to uphold the values that are set in terms of European policy, to allow disabled artists and disability advocates to move freely throughout Europe without feeling any risk that they're being investigated for moving around the European Union, and that would be in any way of risk to their allowances and supports. And I think that's something we need to focus on politically.
Okay, yeah, thank you. You just focused on European level, international level, and we of course have a big audience here digitally and here in Vienna. Which tools can your project offer and your experience for other countries or other parts, regions, to transfer your knowledge and your vision to get access to business of arts for people with disabilities?
I think the most transferable piece of work that we feel that could be shared and upscaled globally is this apprenticeship type model. So what we're trying to do is link disability service providers and the art sector together to provide kind of sustainable educational pathways towards employment that would be more focused, maybe less focused on academic and more focused on practice. And by enabling these kind of up to 4-year pathways that are supported, that these apprenticeship type models between sectors can really support artists to move into the professional sphere, and building that knowledge of how that can be done between the disability sector, which often has its own culture and dynamics, and the cultural and artistic sector, which often seems to have a set of governance and rules that can not always complement each other. So we need to find a way in this middle space to kind of connect and develop. And actually, that's what my research is about, which I hope to be able to share at some point next year.
Yeah, you were just talking about that. How could people connect to you and your research results and the strategy for implementation, for transferring?
So what I would say is they can go on to Owen Nash on LinkedIn is probably the best profile to follow me on with regard my research, which is spelled E-O-I-N. It's an Irish spelling, Nash, N-A-S-H. And of course, you can follow our artistic work on Suasha Arts on the different social media platforms. So I'll be sharing about the research and practice that I'm engaged with, and we'll be, of course, developing that throughout the next year. I'm hoping to conclude that research project between May and April next year, with results coming in the summer of next year, 2026.
Okay, this is an exact result where we can expect more valuable information and knowledge for transferring. Yeah, thank you, Owen, for sharing all this experience and knowledge, and I'm highly appreciate it and wish you all the best with your project, and we'll certainly connect in the near future. Thank you for spending the time with us all here.
Thank you, and good luck to everyone at Zero Project for the few days.
Okay.
Thanks for talking.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Welcome back to the Zero Project Conference 2025 from the United Nations office at Vienna. I am Isabella Essel, head of Zero Project Inclusive Arts, and I have the pleasure today to interview Lunis Barabash, who played yesterday for us at the event Dinner at ACT. And Lunis Barabash began very early to play the trumpet. I think, if I recall rightly, you were 12 years old. And you also composed and were part of a lot of bands. And 2015, you founded the Lunis Barabash Quartet that we enjoyed yesterday evening. So I would like to invite you now to our interview. And I would like to start with the first question. What is the reality of working in the arts as an artist with disability? Give us more insights.
I would like to welcome everybody as well, and I'm really pleased to be here at the Zero Project Conference. Yes, as you told, I started to play the trumpet when I was 12 years old, and I started with classical music. And I was born with 1.5 arms. And the first couple of years when I played the trumpet, I only used my left hand. And trumpet seemed to be a good choice because there is only 3 valves on the trumpet, and most of the brass instruments have only 3 valves. So it's not a disadvantage to use it with 1 arm. And also I really liked the trumpet because it fits to many different genres. So you can go to like a Santana concert and have a horn section, but also in the symphonic orchestra or some jazz bands, you can find the trumpet. And it's loud. That was also like a really positive or kind of attracting thing for me. And I was 16 years old when I went to school where I started to learn jazz and pop music. And after that, I went to the Franz Liszt University in Budapest, where I graduated as a jazz trumpet player and trumpet teacher. And I started to compose music at a really early age, mostly with computers, like using softwares, because we used to have a piano at home where I grew up, and I used the piano as well. But in terms of doing polyphonic structures in the music, it was a really useful and helpful thing to use some softwares. So I started to compose at a really early age, and in 2005 I formed a band called Barabás Lőrinc Eclectric. That's Barabás Lőrinc is Lőrinc Barabás, but in Hungary we say the family name first. And that was a band with singer girl and MC, and we did quite a big success in Hungary. We even had the #1 song on the national radio, and that was a kind of a combination of pop music and jazz. And then we finished that project at 2010, and around 12 years ago in 2013 I started to do my solo set, where I used the loop station using the trumpet and being able to do some polyphonic structures in the music. And since then I released some albums with my solo set as well. So altogether I made 13-14 albums of my own music. I composed for symphonic orchestra 2 half-an-hour piece, and I wrote music for many films and some advertisements, some theater music. And today what I'm doing is basically having 3 projects. One is my solo set, one is the quartet that we played here yesterday, and the third one is an improvisational club night in Budapest that we do. That's every month. I invite some friends of mine who are musicians, and we just get together and do some kind of a seance of improvising music with no any kind of talking before what we are going to play. And that is called Random Wednesday.
Cool. Wow. So coming back to the reality in working in the arts, what can you tell us about that?
what is the question? Like working in arts?
Yeah.
This is what I do. I go to concerts and I book concerts and I'm invited to different places and I'm happy to go. I kind of I fell in love with the thing. I fell in love with music at a really early age, and it was not like that I woke up one day and I decided that I want to be a musician, but it was more like it was like an instinct kind of thing that just turned into my life and just became a huge part of it, and then it became my profession. So yeah, I basically that's what I do. I compose music at home and then I go to concerts and perform.
Great. So with all the free projects that you just mentioned, you experience inclusion. Like you experience inclusion where you go to concerts, when you act, when you write, you're not facing discrimination or anything.
Not at all, not at all. And also, I think that in art, many artists are kind of searching for something unique, something to be recognized for, or something like that. And me, as a trumpet player and piano player, playing with one arm, that's kind of like a really unique thing that, you know, it's kind of like a frame of my presence on stage.
It's an asset. Great. That brings me already to my second question. What do you want to achieve with your music?
Basically, I have this kind of instinct that I want to share my music with the most people that I can share it with. And I think even if nobody would listen to the music that I do, I would do the same because it is like a need from the inside that I just want to express myself the way that that music can be capable of expressing yourself. It's an international language, so I really love traveling, and wherever I go on the planet, I can meet musicians, and playing the trumpet or playing the keyboards, music as an international language. I can get along with people from all over the world, and I really do love this kind of thing. And I have been performing, I don't know, 25 years now, and it just doesn't seem to fade away, this need and this love to my profession.
It sounds beautiful. My next question would be, what are tips that you could have for persons with disabilities who would like to work in their arts?
I think that having a certain kind of internal power that leads someone to do something that is a really essential thing for doing art. And also there is an example of Albert Einstein, that he used to play the violin, and he said that he thinks in music a lot. So I think whether someone is an artist, like choosing this as a profession or doing something else, but dealing with arts in someone's life, that just adds so much of the way that that someone just reacts or consumes the surroundings that we have around us. So I think that even if somebody is not a professional artist, then doing visual arts or dealing with music or just have art in someone's life, that just also in an educational way and also on a therapeutical way, it just gives a lot of value. And I highly suggest and recommend it to everybody. People with disabilities and people without disabilities, dealing with arts is just it's a really big beauty of life.
Do you have? Do you have an anecdote for us? Do you have an anecdote for us? an anecdote, like a story from your life, like something that you learned during your career working in the arts that you would like to share, that would help or inspire people who would like to get involved in the arts?
I don't know if that's a kind of a positive or negative. I didn't really think about an anecdote, but I remember that when I started to play the trumpet, my father took me to a trumpet teacher, and I played in front of him. And my father asked him whether it would be good for me to be a trumpet player or to deal with trumpet as an instrument. And the teacher suggested that he would think that for playing the trumpet you would rather need two hands. And it just it just didn't stop me of being a trumpet player. And so that was a story that, looking back to that, it could have, if I take that seriously, that could have stopped me in some ways. But I think that having a certain kind of internal, I don't really give, on others' opinion, then you just go and just do it.
Great. So you would say that this motivated you?
I just didn't really care about it. Yeah.
Perfect. You have something prepared for us, and you are going to play something for us right now.
Yes. So just when I studied, I finished as a trumpet player. I have a small hand holder for my trumpet, and recently, in the last couple of years, I started to play the trumpet. Started to play the piano more, and I've composed some solo piano pieces, and I'm going to play one of my solo piano pieces now. This is called 22.
Thank you so much. Lunis Barabas.
Thank you.
Quem que está lá com a Rosana? É o Joelson. Ah, esse é o Joelson? Tá. Você não conhecia ele não? Não. Só em reunião. Eu sabia que eu conhecia, mas não tinha certeza. Gabriel. Ok. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. 20. 10 seconds. 5. 3, 2, 1.
Hello, good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon again. I spoke first out of the microphone for people who are blind and are here, know where I am, to know where I am. It is a matter of accessible communication and it doesn't cost anything. It is only a matter of changing mind and changing habit. My name is Cláudia Werneck. I am a Brazilian human rights activist, journalist, and writer. It's a great pleasure to be here again. I have been participating of the Zero Project Conference since 2014, and I consider it is the most relevant international event on inclusion and accessibility. About accessible communication, I have another point. As this chat does not offer an official professional audio description, I will do my own self-description, although I know it does not replace the professional one. Well, I am an older and white woman with gray hair and wearing glasses. And I have here to my left Alan and to my right Gabriel. In 2002, I founded the NGO School of People, Communication and Inclusion. Our mission, which is to transform public policies and inclusive public policies in order to guarantee human rights for people with disability that live mainly in poverty. And in Brazil, it means a population composed mainly for black people, so offering accessibility is also fighting racism. We are a school of people because we do not admit any kind of discrimination due to inequalities and differences, any kind of inequalities and differences. Over the last 23 years, we have created many important strategies to help societies to become inclusive. Some of them were awarded here in the Zero Project Conference. One of them is Vanka. And Vanka will be presented by Gabriel and Alan now, with a new tool. Thank you. Alan, please, can you present yourself?
Yes, of course. Hi everyone. This is like my first time here at the conference. I'm super happy to be here, especially sharing the session with my two incredible bosses. I am a white man with black hair, scraggly black beard, and brown eyes, and I am the content coordinator for School of People, and part of the team that's been developing this new tool that we're going to talk about today. Gabriel? Oh, you don't? Okay, well, that's unfortunate.
Thank you. Yes. First of all, I'm glad to be here for another year. My name is Gabriel Ligabui. I'm an older white man. I have beard and gray hair, and I wear glasses. Okay, I'm the director of planning at School of People, and I'm involved in different projects of our organization, including the Vanka app and the new tool. What we talk about today, Claudia.
Thank you, Alan. I'll let you start. What is Vanka? What is the app Vanka?
Yeah, that's a great question. It's going to be a challenge keeping it short, the answer, but I'll do my best. So it's a free and broadly accessible content, knowledge, and culture app that we developed and launched in 2019. Since then, it got a lot of positive results. We got over 20,000 downloads and awarded, even here in the Zero Project, the app has a long history here. What we like to highlight is that in 2021, it was part of the Cutting Edge Technologies documentary that was shown here, representing Brazil there. And in 2022, it won, was one of the winners of the Zero Project Award in the ICT category. We also got acknowledged by the UN, the app got acknowledged by the UN as one of the 400 best practices that moves the world towards the fulfillment of the social development goals, the SDGs. And yeah, you might have noticed that just a quick intermission, you might have noticed that I said that the app is broadly accessible. And that's because as technology evolves, often accessibility lags behind a bit. And as such, we want to do things with the app that we simply can't yet, because there are no accessibility solutions to do what we need to do to make it fully accessible. So when I say broadly accessible, I mean that it is as accessible as it can possibly be currently. But thankfully, strides are always being made, so improvements are always being done to the app in that front. So if you hear any one of us three say broadly accessible, that's why. It is as accessible as it can currently be for us. Vanka was created back in 2019. Just a quick history overview. It was created in 2019, but the history starts a lot earlier, because we actually had a lot of incidents in public policies in Brazil, especially in the culture area, which is one of our main action areas. And thanks to said incidents, cultural producers would often started having more initiative to add accessibility to their events. But the thing is, they would say, for example, you have a theater presentation, right? A theater season. You're producing a play. And it runs for a month in the same place 3 times a week, Thursday, Saturday, Sunday. What producers would often end up doing that we noticed is that they would add accessibility to a single day of the entire month, like Thursday, for example, and they wouldn't publicize it either. So what would happen is the day of the play, they would be desperate because they haven't gotten any confirmation from persons with disabilities, and they would judge that, hey, I'm wasting money since nobody's going to use this accessibility, which is an erroneous notion, by the way. Everything has to have accessibility, whether or not there's someone using it. So they would reach out to us and they'd be like, hey, School of People, can you bring a bunch of persons with disabilities so I can justify my investment? And we'd be like, well, that's really not how this works. So we created Vanka to kind of bridge the gap, because everyone should be able to choose when they go and where they go to cultural events. And that wasn't really happening with the situation that I described. So this sort of breaks the cycle, right? Because Vanka bridges the gap. It connects those who produce accessible content to those who need or want accessible content. So say any day of the week you want to go somewhere, you can open the app and you can look for whatever is happening that has accessibility around your area, and you can choose from there. That's what the app was originally created to do. However, back then in 2019, it was only in-person events and cultural events. But then COVID hit and everything changed. And we realized that the app had a much bigger social responsibility. So we ended up relaunching the app with an online mode for online events, online cultural events, etc. And not only just cultural events, but also well, all other types of knowledge, really, speeches, workshops, etc. And that's how it works to this day, except with even more functionalities that we ended up adding over the years. Most recently, the biggest change was that we became a part of the Live Without Limits plan in the Brazilian government, which is the biggest action plan for persons with disabilities and their families to participate in economical, social, cultural, and etc. lives. And Vanka is going to be the platform, a broadly accessible platform in which the policies from this plan can be accessed. So yeah, honestly, I could keep talking about the app. But as I said, this was me trying to keep it brief, and we've talked about it like multiple times here before. The focus is the new functionality, which is the self-assessment for for companies and organizations to see their inclusion and accessibility and diversity levels. So that's what the focus here is going to be today. Does that answer your question, Claudia?
Yes, of course, Alan. Thank you. And Gabriel, what is the inspiration? What is the inspiration that is behind the new tool of app Vanka, please?
Okay. Well, Claudia, similar to what happened with Vanka, this tool was created based on external demands, okay? In this case, from the organization that want to become more inclusive and don't know how to do that or how to where start this process, okay? Then we thinking about that, we decided to create a tool to solve this issue, okay?
Thank you, Gabriel. And Alan, please, to whom is the tool directed?
Yes, also a very important question. So the tool for now is directed towards companies and organizations with over 100 employees. And I'll explain why. There's basically two main reasons for that. The first one is that the corporate environment changes a lot when you're dealing with a company or an organization that has, say, 5 to 10 employees when compared to one that has over 100. So, for example, a marketing department, right? That's one of the criteria we evaluate in the tool. If you have, like most of, or a lot of the companies with over 100 employees that we've looked at, they all have a marketing department or a team dedicated to this activity, while 5, 10 employees often didn't have anything related to marketing. So that's what I mean. Like, the corporate environment changes a lot. A lot of things that are present in bigger companies aren't present when you have a lot less employees. And that changes the questions you can ask. That changes everything that you can evaluate. So that's one of the reasons. But another one is the law aspect of things. Because in Brazilian law, at least, a lot of the legislation actually relates and there's specific things for companies with over 100 employees. So, for example, if you have over 100 employees, you must have a certain percentage of those as persons that have disabilities. And that's not an obligation for companies with less than 100 employees. So that's an important question to ask. Like, are you following do you have that quota? Like, do you follow that law as it should? And if it's not, like, it's still an important question for companies with less than 100 employees, but if it's not an obligation, we can't just deduct like the same amount of points per se. The question changes. So that's what I mean. However, even though we are releasing this now for companies with over 100 employees, we are working on a version that will be released a bit later for companies with less than 100 employees. It's just going to have different, few key differences. So that's why it's not, but for now we're focused on making the version for companies with over 100 employees the best that it can possibly be. So yeah, to directly answer your question, Claudia, the tool is for now directed at companies with a minimum of 100 employees, but that soon won't be just the case.
Okay, thank you. And how does it work?
Yeah, that's the million-dollar question. So how does the functionality work? Well, it takes 23 years of School of People's knowledge, and it condenses it into 24 multiple-choice questions. These questions can be, the tool itself can be accessed free of charge via both the app, that's why we were talking about Vanka, or a web page that we are still going to release alongside the tool. And can anyone in the company answer the question, the questionnaire? Yes. However, we do not recommend. We recommend for persons that have like a deeper understanding of the company to answer the questionnaire. This is because the questionnaire is very, it goes through all the areas of the company. So it's better, like if you don't know anything that's like going on in other areas than your own, then you're going to have to look for a lot of information, and that might be tricky. So for example, an HR professional might know more about all the other areas. A manager, if they don't know what's going on outside of their area, it's much easier for them to reach out to other managers and get the information they need. So yeah, usually you'd want someone that has a deeper knowledge of the company and how it operates to answer the questionnaire. But what is the questionnaire? 24 questions, like I said. Each one has 1 to 3 answers, which give a score from 1 to 3. Shocking, I know. And you might be thinking, well, that means the final score that you get per se is all of the score from the answers combined. And, well, you'd be right, but at the same time, not really, because it's an equation, and there's another part to the equation. The parts of the equation that's missing are the criteria. We also, like, these 24 questions are divided amongst 8 different criteria. These criteria cover all the areas that we believe are needed to, well, be covered in order for an organization to be diverse, inclusive, accessible. And these 24 questions are divided amongst them, so 3 questions per each one of the 8 criteria. And each criteria has a different weight value, and that's what changes the equation. So the final result is the weight value and the answers that you give. And what are these weight values? Why do the criteria have different weight values? Does that mean that criteria have different importances? No. Not really. But let me give you an example. I think that should make things a bit easier. We have one criteria that's planning and budgeting, right? Because you can't have an inclusive and accessible and diverse organization if you don't plan for it, if you don't budget for it. If you don't separate the money ahead of time, then you won't have the resources to make everything that you need to make happen. Another criterion that we work with is marketing, because that's also important. You need to send the right message. You need to make sure the message that you're sending out is inclusive, accessible, diverse, etc. However, does that mean that the planning has a weight of 4 out of 5, while the marketing has a weight of 2 out of 5 in this tool? Does that mean marketing is not important and you can just ignore it? No. No, not at all. But it has less impact on the other criteria. So, like I said, if you don't plan, if you don't budget, you're not going to be able to get any of the other criteria done as they should. However, the marketing, it does have some influence, but it's not as structural as planning and budgeting. So that's what the weight values actually represent. Another criterion that we use is is internal communication. And that's because accessible, diverse, and inclusive communication is absolutely vital for persons with and without disabilities to be able to actually perform and, just grow in their jobs. Not only that, but you need inclusive communication if you're going to listen to people's concerns and actually use it to improve your company, your organization. So that's why it also has a weight value of 4 out of 5. So yeah, I hope that answers your question, Claudia.
Yes, thank you, Alan. And could you please give an example of a question?
Yes, sure. That's actually going to help a lot. Good call. So for this one, let me introduce another one of the 8 criterion. It's company policies. Because this is also a 4 out of 5, because if you don't have inclusive company policies accessible, like if company policies don't reflect these values, then you're not going to be able to actually have any of the other areas of the company implementing or actually following and embracing these values. So the company policies must reflect them, and that's why they are a 4 out of 5 value, weight value rather. So to give the example that I need to give, the question that she asked me to say, I'll actually need to read this because, like I said, we spent months trying to condense our 23 years of knowledge into these specific questions. So the questions are key, and I don't want to change any wording by accident. So I'm going to read the actual example. So within this criterion, we have 3 questions, like I said, for all the criterion. One question relates to the existence of policies, another is to the implementation of policies, and another is to the monitoring and assessment of these policies. So basically, we ask if the policies exist, we ask if they are implemented, and we ask if they are being monitored for their effectiveness, changes, etc. The question that I'm going to present here, the answers, is related to the question of the existence of policies. So when you get to the question, do the policies exist? That's not, you know. The 3 possible answers will be, 1, there are no formal company policies that seek to ensure non-discrimination and equal opportunities for persons from different origins, genders, sexual orientation, race, age, or disabilities within the organization. This answer gives 1 point because it shows that the company has yet to start on the path to make inclusive policies. The second answer would be, there are formal company policies that seek to ensure non-discrimination and equal opportunities for persons from different origins, genders, sexual orientation, race, age, or disabilities within the organization. These policies are not obligatory to be followed, but it is recommended that all the areas do so. This answer gives 2 points, as it shows the company is on the right track, but not quite there yet, as following inclusive policies needs to be mandatory for all the areas. And as such, the third option for answer would be, there are formal company policies that seek to ensure non-discrimination and equal opportunities for persons from different origins, genders, sexual orientation, race, age, or disabilities within the organization, and these policies must be followed by all the areas of the company. This answer gives 3 points, as it indicates that within the specific subject of existing inclusive policies, the organization is in the ideal position. That is, the policies exist and following them is mandatory. So, yeah, I'm no longer reading. As you can see, this is a quick and easy, well, easy depends on who's answering, but it's a quick question. But that's what I mean by it really the right person should really, like, someone with deeper knowledge of the company should answer, because they are more likely to have this knowledge already instead of having to call someone and check about the policies. So, yeah, anyway, Claudia, that's one example of a question.
Well, thank you, Alan. And why will the organizations be mobilized to answer the questionnaire?
Yeah, that's a good question. So I'm here talking a lot about the questionnaire, but I haven't told you why you should worry about this. Well, if you're here in Zero Project, you probably know why you should worry about this, but what do you get when you actually finish? Well, you get a report with like a spider graph, and I really like the spider graph. It's very neat. If you guys end up doing that, you're gonna like the graph as well. And like the spider graph shows which, like, the score, the final score for each criterion that was evaluated. And there's also like an explanation of the criterion, and there will be also a little snippet of text in which we say, like, hey, this is the general assessment of how like, this is how we think you did in this test. And why do you want this, right? Well, it's a snapshot of your current moment in the company. it's a snapshot of how the company is doing in terms of inclusion, diversity, and accessibility. And that's very valuable because we notice, or has the potential to be very valuable anyway, because we notice that a lot of companies, they want to be more diverse, they want to be more inclusive, they want to be more accessible, but they have no idea where to start with because they often don't even know like what they are lacking, what they are not lacking, because they are not inserted in this field. And that's the first step, right? If you want to improve, you need to know what you need to improve with or in. And this is what the report provides. It provides an answer to this first and often most difficult step. With it, you're going to have an idea of where your company needs to improve the most, and then you can just start there. That's the starting point, and from any starting point, we can get, I don't know, anywhere to a fully inclusive company. So yeah, this is free information, no strings attached. You can download the report. You can use the report however you want. And we even recommend that you retake the assessment periodically so that you can evaluate how you're improving in your company. Back to you, Claudia.
Thank you, Alan. Gabriel, when the new tool will be ready, please?
Oh, Claudia, very soon, Claudia. The new version of Vanka is coming with this new tool. It will be available in the next quarter, okay? In the near future, we plan to offer this tool to small companies, small organization, okay? And as well.
Thank you. Well, we are getting close to the end, and I would like to ask if you, Alan, and you, Gabriel, have something new, any last information to share.
Yeah, absolutely. I know some of you might be tired of hearing me already because, but I do have a lot to share. So I'm just glad that I have a nice voice. No, just kidding. Yeah, the first thing I want to say is that this is this tool can be combined with like other functionalities within Vanka to make the app a truly an inclusive a hub, I guess, for inclusive work. Now, what does that mean? I think this is easier for me to explain with examples because it involves other functionalities that I haven't talked about yet. And yeah, so examples. Basically, suppose you finish your self-assessment of the company and you found out that, hey, I need to include accessibility in all of my work events. I need accessibility in my workplace. But how do I find accessibility professionals to perform these services? Well, Vanka has a database for accessibility professionals that you can use to find precisely that. So you can go there, you can put in your city, and you can find audio description, you can find sign language interpreter. There's a whole list of professionals you can find that should help mitigate the thing that you saw that you need to improve. So that's one thing. But then suppose you take the self-assessment and you find that your company needs to be more diverse, that you're lacking diversity, lacking in inclusion, etc. Well, you can, soon there will also be a functionality that you can post your job openings to the app. And that will naturally reach a more diverse audience, the users of Vanka. And not only that, but there's also specific questions about the job openings related to accessibility. So for example, we ask you to detail what accessibility measures you're going to offer in your selective process, in your interview process. So yeah, that's what I mean when I say a hub for inclusive work. Because there are, with this functionality and the other ones that I mentioned, there are a lot of tools for you to really make your company and your organization more inclusive, accessible, etc. So yeah, that's one thing. Another thing is that so far, and I think I'm going to break some hearts here. So far, this is all only available in Portuguese, but we are looking to bring it to other languages, other countries. So if you hear all of this and you're interested in bringing it to your environment, your country, your language, by all means, reach out. We want to do that. We want partners to help us do that and have all the mutual benefits from doing so. So if you're interested, we would love to talk. And if not, but you're also like invested in everything that I said due to my incredible charisma. No, I wish I had the self-confidence, everyone. I wish this was actually me. If you're just invested and want to help out, you can just leave feedback for us. That's very, very appreciated. We have an email, escoladigente@escoladigente.org.br. I know there's people from the organization that are watching us right now, so friends over in Brazil, if you can post it on the live stream, the email, that would be grand. And for those of you in person, I have like little cards, we all do, that we can like give you, and it has the email written. So that's it for me. Thank you. Gabriel.
Oh, thank you, Alan. I would like to thank you all for being here today. But from this point on, I will read my notes so that I don't forget anyone, okay? I would also like to thank the Fundo Nacional de Cultura, Funarte, e Ministério da Cultura for making our presence here possible. Finally, I would like to thank our current sponsor of Vanka, Itaú, Vale, Genoa Capital, Supergasbras, Wilson Sons, and Technique FMC. I think that's enough for me, Claudia. Thank you too.
Thank you, Gabriel, and thank you, Alan. And I would like to thank the Zero Project Conference for this new opportunity. And I'd like to thank you for coming here to listen to you. Thank you.
here. Today it's my third now. And yesterday I luckily didn't have any. But last year I did one, and I was also doing an hour-long panel discussion. It's very interesting with Ukraine and Azerbaijan about they're doing very like digital social services. That was interesting. This is like BBC. They're doing the proper countdown and everything. It's like
I was at CNN.
Oh yeah, well that's exactly like that. Yeah.
I was going live at CNN, so I know.
Oh yeah. Well, good afternoon, everybody here at Zero Project. We are again here in the UN building. People are eating sandwiches, so bon appetit, everybody. We are going to talk about accessibility industry burnout, how to cope, how to work out or work around difficult situations in the accessibility business. And I'm more than glad to be joined by Elisabetta from Brand Solutions. Hello. Hello. Hey, is your microphone working? We don't know. Okay,
Hello?
Oh, there we
Yes,
go. Okay,
there
we always like some technical difficulties. So we decided we're not going to make an interview of this. We will be doing a discussion. But since Elisabetta very gently told me to start, I will just throw you a question. Let's make a introduction. What do you do?
Well, hello everyone. I hope you have a great day and great networking partners here. As a company, we have 3-in-1 platform that deals with education for digital skills for people with disabilities and employment. As well, from last year, we started creating accessibility plans for companies, corporates in different sectors, and a disability management plan, which is a combining services for accessibility from employment to giving idea of marketing strategies and new services from the companies to the clients.
Excellent. I forgot to I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Jakob Rosin. I come from Estonia. I'm a co-founder of Sparrow Access, or Ligipääsuke as we call it in Estonia. We are a all-in-one accessibility consultancy. We provide consultations, auditing and training in digital accessibility and physical accessibility across multiple disabilities currently in Estonia, but we obviously wouldn't say no to people from outside. Yeah, so one of the things I thought, or why we are here, I guess, is the actual no parts, and I threw it in there on purpose because we often hear no from a client when it comes to accessibility because they don't understand why do they need this. Do you agree?
I do agree.
Yeah. That's great.
We can share common no's. It's like, no, we don't have a budget. No, we don't have a marketing budget for that, or CSR, or whatever is no.
Mm-hmm.
But we had a lot of that the past years, and then we decided to change the approach.
Okay.
Instead of telling about why accessibility is important, we introduce the benefits for the companies, what they will get when they will become accessible. So many times for the accessibility experts that comes from NGO and the business sector, I always say we need to deal with the numbers and to show to the business sector the numbers, not only the talk.
Yeah, very much agreed. It's for everybody about the return of your investments in accessibility. It's the very critical parts. How do you feel as an accessibility expert, though? Because what I feel is that although when you are a business owner and you work with accessibility, obviously business isn't too much about emotions. But at the same time, I feel that accessibility experts, and for those who cannot see, I am totally blind, so I also end up being the one of the users of those accessibility features we're creating. I cannot help that put some emotion into my work, and if we get a backlash, in terms of, no, we don't want to do accessibility, or we found an automation platform to make our websites accessible, which is less than ideal solution today. You cannot help that feel a kind of slap in some sense. How do you relate with that?
The thing is, when you're a business, when you have to decide the things, you must not include the emotions. Mm-hmm. But once you're dealing with disability and accessibility, you work in that field, you are either all in or you cannot succeed. All of us that we work with that, we work with our soul, with hearts, and with numbers to come to the success. It is not easy. It's not one way and straight path. Many times we have to face that no, but we have to rethink the approach that we have taken to achieve our goals, and then to prepare ourselves for a better approach. So the first client is the most difficult. Mm-hmm. Afterwards, everything comes easy, because as a business, you provide solutions, you create sustainability, but you need to think and to know that you have to invest everything that you earn in your first client. So when you invest that first thing, then the second, it's easier to get. Then everything multiplies.
So you very briefly touched on this, but how do you turn the no into yes within your company? Do you have any good examples on that?
I do have. I have no ego when I work. I learn from the lessons, and I reconsider the approach. For example, last year we made agreement with one bank. I'm gonna explain the process how we came that, but many times when we deal with the accessibility, and people think you're coming from the NGO sector, but because mainly NGO is dealing with accessibility and people with disabilities. Mm-hmm. But when we say our approach, they see that is something different. So I stopped going on summits and conference with the governance and for taking pictures on some project. I started going on summits and conference where the business sector is, okay, to present our work and to present the solution and to provide the benefits for the companies. So that's how we come closer to our client. For example, I'm going to say now about the agreement that we did with the bank. Mm-hmm. We provide the numbers. For example, in Macedonia, there are 94,000 people with disabilities, and I divided that with the official numbers, women and men. And when I said that government, every first in the month is sending that much money to the people, the bank was, oh my God, where are the people? So you close the door to these people. You don't want them. So let's make accessible your branches. So these people who are taking government social services can come to your bank and open an account. And then we started with one branch only. And then, as I said, everything that we earned, we invested into creating a smart marketing. So we made the branch completely accessible, from automatic doors, cash points, train staff, white doors for entrance, documents with brailles. And then we created a campaign, but providing what the bank is providing to the people, not only for the disabled, because we think that is discriminating. So when we gave them idea mm-hmm. of which new services they can implement, for example, they give loans for women entrepreneurs. So they started giving loans for disabled entrepreneurs, so and loans as well for people with disabilities. So in 1 week, they closed 1,000 loans taken from people with disabilities. And when they saw the number, how it increased, they said, okay, each new branch we're gonna make accessible now. So we have to understand that accessibility is a step-by-step process, but we need to act smart.
I think the acting smart part is a very critical process, especially when you run accessibility consulting as a business, because time ends up being money in this case, and you want to be efficient, you want to be very beneficial for your clients as well. I can very much relate to this with our clients. We've worked with in Estonia with a few telecom operators. We worked with auditing their website to make this compliant, and after that they ended up receiving hundreds of requests from screen reader users, from keyboard-only users who wanted to be their clients. But they had asked us to just audit their online store. So now people saw, oh, this company takes accessibility seriously, and now we want to, get those people on board. So can you also help us fix our self-service portals and then all the rest? So I think it's the matter of when this no comes, you try to open the door a little bit and show them what's behind, that there's actually markets, there's actually people, and when the people come flood in, there is no end in terms of accessibility. But I very much agree with you. It's a step-by-step process, but you need to clearly move forward. I think that's what is a very, very distinguishing part in terms of accessibility business.
Yeah, we have to agree that it's not solution and result overnight.
No.
In a long run, in a long time, there is an untapped market. Once you discover and once you start working, each year there is a more and more job for everyone. So the best way is all the accessibility, the burnout, those who are not the enthusiastic, those who are on vacation, from NGO, from business sector, to unite and work together. Because on the end, we have the same goal, to create accessible places, spaces, schools, universities, and everything. But it cannot be done overnight.
It definitely cannot. And I think one really important point with this part is also what I very often see is I've encountered people who want to do good in terms of accessibility, but they unknowingly give out a false advice, and they actually are creating more issues with that. And this is a very big part in terms of. I don't want to say that everybody who wants to work with accessibility needs to be a 100% expert from day one, but I think it's important to keep in mind for everybody that. If you give out solutions, they need to work as well.
Well, I know what you mean now with this. Let's clarify. There are two types of accessibility experts. One that comes from the NGO sector, and the others who are coming from the business sector. The first one are providing really good, they're explaining the problem and the need of accessible places. But the second one, the accessibility experts that comes from the business sector are providing solutions. So that's why I'm saying if we unite and work together, the results will come much faster. Otherwise, if we deal separate, it's going to be slower, everything.
So yeah, collaboration is an important key here. So when we talk about, because our topic is related to burnout in the accessibility sector and putting a lot of emotions into that, what makes you tick? What makes you kind of wake up in the morning and still go and do this? Because when you look at some of the reactions of companies on accessibility, you know, some companies want to just do and tick the boxes for legal reasons, or they want to avoid doing any change, you know, of all costs. So what actually in the accessibility field motivates you?
The thing that I'm doing the things differently. I'm the change maker. So when you receive the no, you don't feel well that day. But by the night, you find some creative solution on the approach for the next day or for the next company. But when you wake up next morning, you just think that you can be a change maker and you can do positive things that people will see and duplicate and replicate the things afterwards.
I very much agree. I personally feel the same way. If they say no, they are actually saying no to themselves. They are actually closing a door for themselves. And this is what I try to tell to myself. I have tried to do my best to explain the benefits of accessible design. If you still say no, well, you hopefully one day realize what you did, and then you come back, and we're still here, and welcome for that. Elisabeth, our time is over, sadly. We like to continue.
Now.
But I hope you guys who are listening here or online took some points with you. Go and make those changes. Go work together. Don't take no as an answer and continue to explaining. I'm not sure if this exists in English, but in Estonia we say that if you drip water on a rock often enough, there eventually will be a hole. So I think this is something a little bit which we would do with accessibility. Anyway, thank you so much. Thank you for listening. Take care, everybody. Enjoy the conference.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever in the world you are. My name is Christopher Patno, and I'm the EMEA head of accessibility for Google. Means I get to play in Africa, in the Middle East, and Europe, and try to understand the needs of the community and bring it back into Google so we can make our products and platforms better. And I'm so happy to be here with my dear friend Christine from Open Inclusion. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Christopher, and it's just a delight to be here. I'm Christine Hemphill. I'm the founder and managing director of Open Inclusion. We're a disability inclusive research organisation that works across design and innovation, and we particularly love working in the space we're going to be talking about today, which is the intersection of human needs and diverse human needs and emerging technologies, and how we can essentially leverage these emerging technologies to solve for unmet needs across the range of human diversity that exists today.
So we will be talking about AI, something you've heard about once or twice, probably in the last 25 minutes. But it's not going to be the Google guy talking about AI. What's actually really interesting is trying to understand what do we in the community really think? What do we expect from it? And how do we get to a future that has real meaning for us? And we do that through the deep inclusive research, which Christine has done with Open Inclusion. And we were so fortunate to host you in our Accessibility Discovery Center in London, where we share the research. So this is sort of the TLDR version of what was 90 minutes there. We're going to try to do in the next 13 minutes and 27 seconds. So let me stop talking and ask you the first question, which really is, how do disabled people's attitudes around AI differ from those who are not disabled? I mean, we heard you talk earlier today about some of the fears, but in your experience, what do people think?
It's a really interesting question, and we didn't know. And just to say, this research was funded as part of the Centre for Doctoral Training work on AI for digital media inclusion at the University of Surrey. And we had the opportunity to talk to 500 people through a survey, and then 17 experts on disability and AI, including people from Utah's University at the OCAD Centre, about the experience, expectations and attitudes to AI. Of the 500 people we did a survey with, 300 people weren't yet disabled, 200 people did identify as disabled. So we could look across that community difference, but also within those two communities to see how did attitudes vary between the two. And I'm sure it won't surprise anyone here to know people with disabilities are more concerned about AI, because anyone who's been watching for the last 20 years has seen many emerging technologies go from emerging to mainstream technologies, and people with disabilities being left behind because they weren't engaged early enough and fully enough in the design and the innovation and the application of different solutions. So the short form is, yes, disabled people on average are more pessimistic about AI and how it's going to be applied. Both currently, it is being applied, and in the future, it may be applied. And not surprisingly, also the future, both for disabled and non-disabled people are more pessimistic than the current. And if you think about the power and the potential of AI as a really useful solution that humans could apply to solve the unmet needs that we have today in society, the fact that both communities are more pessimistic to the future shows that there is a problem here. We're not designing with people in mind. We're not designing solutions that people want in the way that they want them. And I think this shows a much broader mainstream opportunity, but the gap is bigger for disabled people. And they are more pessimistic about the future than they are, and the difference between non-disabled and disabled is greater in the future attitudes than it is in the current, which means they're more worried about more exclusion that will come. And that's something that I'm a natural-born optimist, and I look at that as a huge opportunity for us here to go out and address, as opposed to just something to put our heads in our hands and go, dang, what can we do with that? We can do a lot, and this is the moment at which we need to be doing that.
I think some of the things that people forget about AI is that this is not something that's new. We've been talking about these new large language models like ChatGPT and Gemini over the past couple of years, but we've had AI and accessibility since, at Google at least, since 2009, when we did our first automatic speech captions in YouTube. And we're still doing it because you're never going to be perfect. But that journey of AI is always so important. But we need to understand where we're coming from to understand where we need to go in the future. So in that process of moving to the future, especially now when there's so much innovation, things are going faster and faster and faster. What can we do to make sure that we can limit the risks and make the future that we really deserve and not the future that we may be given?
I think it's a really important point. So, there are risks in AI, and we are seeing them, and whether you're listening to Jutta or to Susan Scott Parker or many other really well-informed speakers here, we're hearing of the risks. There's also many benefits. So if you think about the risks, some of the specific use cases we looked at for the research we did biometrics, voice user interfaces, and adapted digital media content, so personalization of digital media content. And biometrics, is quite well known, but that it's quite well embedded, but that has the highest positivity of the benefits of it. But there's also the risks that disabled people feel there. For example, 59% of people with disabilities felt that the technology, when it makes a mistake, it'll be really hard to know who's responsible for what went wrong. That's 15% higher than non-disabled people. So that cost of biometrics failing people and then not having anyone responsible for that, that is a consequence of these technologies. That's a very real consequence that might limit people's access to banking or government services or ability to apply for a job. And we had one of the case studies there, actually it was shared by Susan, which was about someone applying for a job at Deliveroo, and the biometrics, which was a facial biometric, failed them. And in fact, I somewhere have the quote from her, which was, essentially that, if there's a human involved in the loop, you might find a human that's not biased, but an algorithm that's designed to be biased will never undesign itself. So, just that recognition of when you make a mistake, the consequence is locked in, as opposed to, humans are biased as well, let's recognise that, but that bias is not locked in and is able to be moved more easily. So the risks in different areas are very specific to each use case, and we need to delve into it by use case. This does show the complexity of AI because it's not a technology, a thing, it's an enablement of many technologies. And the fact that it sits underneath the surface of the user interface, so that it's just embedded in the way that the decisions are made, predictions are made, solutions are informed, we need to be very clear as to what are the consequences of that. And in fact, your colleague Sarah Basson spoke beautifully to that in the research of consequence scanning, and really considering consequences not as a generic set of consequences, but specific to different personal characteristics, different contexts, different ways it might land in people's lives, and then determining how appropriate that technology might be within that solution set. So making decisions with consequence in mind. Of course, to have consequence in mind, you need to engage with people who understand consequences and who understand that with the lived experience, and also professional and personal experience actually on both sides, to be able to see the what if this is applied in a place where it comes out with a solution that won't be correct or accurate, or might bias in a particular way. So right at the intent stage, we need people involved with a really broad range of experiences so that we can identify consequences, and all the way through the design of the solution, be mitigating them and managing them and setting up the measures so that as soon as it's being deployed, whether ideally in a pilot stage and being tested before it just gets thrown out into society broad scale, that we can be looking for any unintentional consequences that go with that, and that has been informed by people with a very broad range of experiences. So risk management to me really comes right from the beginning, from setting the intent of the usage of AI within a technology, and then managing that all the way through the data set, understanding how data may or may not inform the solution accurately or inaccurately, and even accurately, there's, I think, 3 problems in data sets. One of them is the data sets that we have today miss a lot of data about people with marginalised experiences, specifically including disability. As a researcher, I know how much research is done that excludes people with disabilities. That's what's generated the data sets we have today, and therefore there's just a great big exclusion footprint sitting through most of society's data today. Secondly, if we've captured data which includes people with disabilities experiences, for example, usage of various assets, or whether it's our usage of roads or our usage of transport or our usage of a technology, we won't necessarily have disability correlation. We won't know whose experience is informed by what personal characteristics, to be able to understand the differential experience between people, and therefore to recognise any bias that might be sitting within it or in the outcomes. And then thirdly, of course, we might have captured information about people with disabilities, and we might have accurately correlated it, and we might have accurately reflected the bias that sits within the reality of our society today. So there's these kind of 3 layers of challenges in data today: the gap in the data, the correlation gap in the data, and the reality of reflecting a past into the future that we may not wish to take forward without challenging it on the way.
And the challenging of these biases is really difficult, because there's so many people who are doing this work in terms of creating new models and creating new applications and experiences. It's the people who are trying to drive fast and break things are the ones that are going to create the situations like what Susan Scott Parker said when this man was trying to do Deliveroo. He would trying to do a biometric authentication and say no face, no face, no face. Well, he has a face, but the biases of the application expected it to look heteronormatively. 2 eyes in a particular place, a nose and a mouth in a particular place, and if you don't have this, the mesh doesn't match. This is an incorrect bias, but these things are hard to solve, even when you are intentional. When you're not intentional, then the challenge becomes greater, because you don't even know what questions to ask, or even is there a question at all. So given the time we have, I have one last question for you. How do we need to apply and modify inclusive design principles to make it possible to build the tools that we deserve, and not the tools that we may get if we don't have this intention?
The first thing is we all need to get involved. And I think AI can feel intimidating, and AI can feel very technical. It's not. It's human solving human problems. This is a space we all need to get involved in, and it is, there's a quote which is, technology is too important to be left to the technologists. That is the case here. So please, everybody, start to get curious, really question, ask and learn. This is coming to us, and we need to be involved in the making of that solution. And the move fast and break things, and the way in which design is done today, particularly tech design, is going to fail our society. And this is different to past technologies. This is different to interface design, which is where we've looked at mobile, the move to mobile, or the move to internet enablement. These trends that we have had in the past will not be the same as this one. The reason is this one sits below the surface. So we need to be much more actively involved. We need much greater transparency as to where is AI being applied, why and how, and who was involved in the making of it, to be really conscious of who is responsible for the negative outcomes. When that gentleman can't get a job, who can, how do they even know that that is why, and how do they get someone solving that? So we need a much greater transparency, working in the open. We need to learn from each other. We can't move fast enough. This is moving so quickly. No single person can be responsible for trying to keep up with this, but communities can. And that's why I think this is such an important conversation for here, and the Zero Project community, both in person and online here. as a community, we can all get actively involved and we can all learn in our own spaces and share across the community. And I think we need to make spaces for that to happen so that we can really conscientiously build forward together. We need to also monitor. We need to monitor the outcomes because that is the best way to make sure that this is working. And of course, we need to manage the outcomes. So whether it's regulation, laws, guidelines, practices, there are so many ways to manage outcomes. And that way we can scalably solve for some of these issues that are coming up, but also find the opportunity for these technologies to really be lent into and solve for some of the challenging unmet needs we've got today that they could very appropriately be applied to, such as enabling assistive technology to be far more personalised to individuals' needs.
And I think given that we're so late on time, the most important thing is that this is something that we do together. It's not up to them, it's up to us. The computer science is hard, the people part is harder. It's easy to solve computers, people are challenging. People's needs are robust and nuanced. So we all have to be involved. We all have to do this together. Thank you.
Can I just also, for one last moment, say, if anyone would, our bit of togetherness and transparency, we will be releasing the report. We just link into Open Inclusion's LinkedIn page or my own, and it'll be released in the next couple of days. We'll be putting it online, including the 90-minute version of this, if anyone would like to see the longer version. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Tom Butcher of the Zero Project, and I'm here in Vienna talking to my pal, Professor Michael Stein, who is the Executive Director of the Harvard Law School Project on Disability, not surprisingly, in Harvard. He and I are going to talk about inclusive resilience, integrating disability into crisis response and climate action. I've got 3 questions that I'm going to ask Michael, and then as he and I discussed, if we have time, we'll riff. So, Michael, great to see you. I'm only sorry you're not here. However, this is second best. First question I have for you is, why are persons with disabilities at greater risk in climate disasters?
Well, thank you, Tom, for the kind words, and thank you to my Zero friends for enabling me to Zoom in next year in person. Persons with disabilities are certainly at greater risk in climate disasters. The evidence tells us that, for example, in 15 years of wildfires in Australia, 90% of the fatalities were people with 1 or more disabilities. We know that severe heat has an impact upon individuals with psychosocial disabilities at a rate of 2 to 4 times that of others. And to give another example on the other side of the globe, persons with albinism don't have access to adequate suntan lotion or healthcare. We know that during natural disasters, all people are at risk, of course, but people with disabilities also have additional issues such as being abandoned, losing their caretakers who enable them, their medications, and their technology. And the reason that people with disabilities are at greater risk or rendered more vulnerable, in quotation marks, is not because of their inherent disabilities or impairments, but because policymakers and others have created an environment that is not accessible to them. So emergency alerts, by and large, are not accessible. Shelters may not be accessible. Transportation may not be accessible. And so people with disabilities cannot leave or mitigate these effects at the same level that others can. We've put them into a bad place, and it shows.
Thank you. I think that puts it very, very clearly and starkly. My second question is, that being the case, how can we advance disability-inclusive crisis responses?
Well, that's an excellent question, and that goes to the heart of the matter, Tom, as you would do. From the top down, there's an issue of exclusion. One of the main themes of the Harvard Law School Project on Disability from the days of being part of the negotiations on the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities is ensuring that disability is front and center and included rather than being invisibilized. Here in climate change, which is a global and existential issue, we have a population worldwide of 1.3 billion people with disabilities, 16% of the population. And yet people with disabilities are by and large invisible or silenced. Were it any other sector, public health or poverty or any other sector, if we were missing 16% of the population that's supposed to be included, red flags would go up. But so far they have not with disability. So we look at the Paris agreements, which is, a very useful device, even if governments, including and especially the United States, don't finance it at an adequate level. And we see that something like 80% of the nationally determined contributions don't even have the word disability in it. And those that do, the 20 or so percent, group disability amongst other vulnerable, again, quote unquote, vulnerable populations. As the economists say, if you're not counted, you don't count. If we don't let operations managers, if we don't let those who are implementing understand and have guidance on how to include people with disabilities, they'll simply be left at the margins. We also see in other processes, such as at the COP, which just occurred, that there's not a disability constituency. There are constituencies for many other groups. There are over 2,000 petrol company members who are entitled to enter into negotiations, go wherever they like. but people with disabilities were not at the table. In fact, they were barely in the room. This year, there was something like 16 representatives of the global disability rights community, and they were in a room by themselves speaking to each other. That's not innovative and that's not inclusive. But we do know that there are some good practices. So the IMF has pulled out some very good practices in Bangladesh and in Bhutan. The World Bank, as part of its environmental work, has tried to target and highlight disability. There are good practices that are slowly developing. I wish it was much quicker.
Great. Which brings me on, that's great, because it brings me on to my final question, which you've touched on a wee bit, which is how can innovative disability inclusive climate responses actually be developed? And then I would like to add on to that as the first bit of our riff, and that is where and by whom. So the first is how can they be developed?
So that's a wonderful question. The first is to, of course, conceive that and admit that people with disabilities exist and ought to be part of the design of policies, the implementation of policies. If we actually look at the academic research and the literature on climate responses, we see that disability is marginalized. It barely appears. We were very proud and happy to lead the effort in Lancet Planetary Health, but that's merely sand against the ocean. The other is, again, including people with disabilities in the co-design of policies. We often say within the disability rights community that people with disabilities are problem solvers. We also say just generally that people know their needs better than anyone else. Looking to people with disabilities and trying to understand how they would design a policy, what their needs and priorities are, and putting that into a policy is the most effective way. So a very simple example, when we put in e-bikes and bike lanes in cities, we ought to make sure that people with disabilities can still access the accessible transportation that's often on the other side and sometimes barriered from their accessing it. Another way is to think about how people with disabilities should and can be involved. In all the world, there is one total handbook on disability and climate change responses. There are dozens relating to indigenous groups, and that's wonderful, relating to other groups, and that's equally wonderful. I'm proud to say my wife developed this handbook from HPOT. It's being distributed by UNICEF. It's on the World Bank's website. I hope everyone goes and utilizes it. But the fact that only now in 2024 was the first handbook on what people with disabilities themselves need to know shows us that there isn't this dissemination of information and connection and community. Also, next year when we reconvene in person at the Zero conference, we will have the results of the call that Zero is going to be putting out over the next few weeks. And that's going to be a really unique one. It will include some things that we know about, such as disability inclusive disaster risk reduction, DIDRR, but also it will ask for communities of people with disabilities to share their local knowledge, to share what their responses, what their adaptation and mitigation approaches are to climate change, both natural disasters and slow onset of climate change. There is no place in the world where you can look and find that information. There's no place where DPOs and NGOs and environmental NGOs can go and find that information and include it in their programming and learn from each other. So I'm really excited and really proud that we'll be working to gather that information and to disseminate it at next year's Zero.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that as well. I've got a few other questions, and the first one is, this whole issue is, if you kind of use that American expression, a double whammy, isn't it? And the second whammy is that there's crises and crises. There are long-term crises, i.e. crises which take a long time to play out, and there are crises which are immediate, inundations, flooding, earthquakes. How does one deal with the fact that so many of these situations are essentially rather like climate change long term, and we have to keep up the impetus. And that's a kind of added layer of difficulty in the problem solving.
You're entirely correct, Tom, to point out that we're operating on two levels. One is in the immediate response to crises, and the other is in thinking more long-term on how to have adaptation measures. And by the way, the funding is entirely focused on the ecumenical, the universal mitigation of the climate crisis. And that's great, even if we have not put in anywhere near the amount of money, innovation, and thinking that needs to go. But part of the answer is that when we respond to these immediate crises, we need to do so in an inclusive manner, rather than an ad hoc, exclusive manner, which merely mitigates and just increases the equity gap between disability populations and others. It's the equivalent of universal design. If we respond to disasters in a universal way, then we'll include people with disabilities, we'll capture them amongst all the groups that are being responded to. We won't need to retrofit, we won't need to go back afterwards and reinvent the wheel. And it's that second part, which is always the most expensive and the most difficult to do, whether it's policies in response to disasters or mere architecture. But another thing to mention is that, we need to innovate and be clever. Our greatest resource as human beings is our intelligence and our desire to innovate and be creative. So a solution that's been out there for a long time was developed by Ecuador, a low-income country, way ahead of very others. And there they use GPS technology to identify the location of their populations of people with disabilities, so that in the event of either a radical onset or otherwise, they know where the populations are. They know where to reach them. This again is a low-income country, and the example is out at least 12 years. High-income countries don't have this. Yeah. Here in the United States, during Katrina and Rita, the hurricanes, we didn't know where the populations of people with disabilities were. We didn't have the design. And so being there afterwards, the psychiatric hospitals in Mississippi, people were still locked up, but without their medication. People in New Orleans drowned and died in these psychiatric hospitals. And yet, 15 years later with Hurricane Sandy, New York City, where I'm from and proud of, didn't have accessible emergency alerts. How could that be? Well, fortunately, some of my wonderful former students sued the city of New York and tried to change that. And we saw in the most recent set of hurricanes going up the East Coast that we had better responses. So we need to learn from what we know, we need to apply it, and we need to understand that innovation comes not only from people with disabilities, but also from local communities who know best how to respond to these matters.
Excellent. Michael, thank you so much. We have 1 minute, 33 seconds. So, as I talked with you about, what 2 or 3 kind of calls to action or points would you like our audience to take away with them before you and I part ways today?
Thank you, Tom. From the top down, we need to have policies that are inclusive of, co-designed with, and implemented by and with people with disabilities. On the scientific research area, we need not only research, but also the NGOs who work on climate change to include people with disabilities so that we have greater knowledge base and better ability in order to respond. And we need to have innovation led by local DPOs, organizations of persons with disabilities who can access their own priorities, needs, and creative ideas.
Great. Michael, thank you very much indeed. It's always a pleasure to chat with you. I'm only sorry that you're not here with me. Next year, you will be. And may I thank you on my behalf, and I think of everybody else's behalf, whether in front of me now or watching the telly, for your time today and major insights. Thanks so much.
Thank you for having me.
Good afternoon and a warm welcome from the Zero Project Conference 2025. We are gathered here in Vienna at the UN facilities and we talk about inclusive employment and ICT. And I have the extreme pleasure to welcome Irene Bari with me. Good afternoon, Irene. And the topic we're going to cover is how to make a conference accessible. The people here, we hope that we have added some interesting features to them. And I want to interview Irene, who runs a very successful conference in Nairobi each year, how she did it and what to pay attention to and what to take into consideration. Irene, let's start first with introducing yourself, about your role and about your organization, please.
Thank you so much, Alfred. My name is Irene Mbari Kirika, and I'm the founder and executive director of Enable. Enable is the one that runs the Inclusive Africa Conference. And the mission for Enable is really to empower youth in Africa through technology. So we focus a lot on digital skills and making sure they have the right technology to thrive. And then, of course, we have the Inclusive Africa Conference. Let me get back to you first, and then. Thank you.
I had the pleasure of being there last year in Nairobi, and was really impressed. So, what's the history of the conference? When did you do the first one, and how did it develop?
Yeah. So, actually, the background for the conference is that it started more like something accidental. What was going on is we had this amazing program teaching blind students digital skills, but we were not getting any attention or getting any funding or getting any resources. So because of where I live and I was attending a lot of events, most of my colleagues were like, you know what, Irene, think of what you can do. And I said, what about hosting an event? Can we collaborate? And unfortunately, collaborations did not work. But I was able to work with the team in Kenya, but also my colleagues in Zero and other places to really kick off the Inclusive Africa Conference. So it really started as an idea to create attention to the digital skills programs that we have for blind students.
Thank you. So what's the planning horizon? I remember the last conference, I think it was in May this year, which will be in June. So when do you start, and then when is the hot phase, so to speak?
Yeah, so actually the conference is coming up on June 3rd, 4th through the 5th in Nairobi. And it's really to bring together stakeholders from across the continent. That means government, private sector, people with disabilities to participate, to share knowledge and expertise on what we are doing with technology. As you know, technology has changed the way we do things in life. But at the same time, in Africa, it's really changing everyone's life, all the way from the very wealthy and everyone at the bottom of the pyramid. So the question is, how do we make sure that all these technologies are inclusive to persons with disabilities? That's our focus.
Accessibility features. I think you have more than one official language in your country. So let's maybe start with the spoken word. How do you do captions? How do you do language translations?
Yeah, so that's really interesting. Talking about accessibility for a conference, I have to say is very complex, but it gets done. We work on, of course, making sure we have sign language. Our biggest challenge with sign language is that when you have people from West Africa, or from South Africa or another country, sign language is very different, even if it's English. If we had a situation where we had a speaker, I think from Senegal, and she was French speaking. So we said, hey, we'll get a sign language person from Nairobi who speaks French and is able to really do great work. She's worked even on international conferences. And let me tell you, when she was sitting on the panel, she did not understand a single thing that was going on. She was only getting some words. So literally, she didn't get to participate in the session, which was not good at all, but it was a learning experience for us. And we keep saying that accessibility is really about progress. It's not about perfection. And every year we find there's something we have to do when it comes to accessibility. We use live captions. And live captions are complex because if you use AI or anybody else, it's very difficult to spell African names. I struggle myself, and I'm African, depending on where you come from. So you can imagine if you're doing live captions and someone has never spelled African names, or you're using AI, it's not going to spell the African names correctly. Or it might not, if it's AI, even the African accent sometimes does not apply. So we face a lot of challenges with accessibility, but what we do, and we also have French, we always make sure at least there's French translation and English as the main languages. But what we try to do is every year we try and get feedback on where can we improve, what did we do well, and where did we fail. And I'm telling you, there's always a list. So it's a continuous, it's about progress, as I said.
You mentioned sign language already. There is the common denominator of international sign. So what's your solution in your case?
Oh my God, I still have no idea. And this is one of the biggest challenges that we have. And thank you for asking that question, because during the tech forum, there was one innovation that's working on using AI to do sign language. And for different countries, different regions. I think it's such an amazing and innovative solution, and my hope is that it can succeed. But I also recognize there's a challenge of data, because for them to get the right data, even based on country, even in one country, Kenya alone, if someone lives in the village and someone lives in the city, the sign language is different. If you speak one tribe versus another tribe, it's different. So it's complex, but I think my hope is that that's one area I feel like AI long-term can sort of help solve the problem.
Thank you. Let's maybe briefly talk about the location. You host a conference in a hotel. What needs to be taken into consideration when choosing a venue?
Oh my God. It's interesting. I was talking to a friend who still has found 2 wonderful venues but can't settle because of accessibility. So for us, our conference is between 300 to 350 people, but space is very critical because you have people on wheelchairs, accessibility of the entire space. You can imagine sometimes you have someone who's using a white cane or has a dog or anything. So space is very important, and what we find sometimes the bathrooms are not accessible, so that becomes a problem. Sometimes you find the rooms are not accessible in a way that wheelchairs can get in. They're very narrow. So we look for so many things, and that's a very critical piece for us. And something else that we really need to look out for is does the hotel have any experience hosting accessible events? Most of the time, they don't. So that means you have to do some extra work. And some of what we do to make sure we succeed is, no matter where we host our event, we have to train the staff, the hotel staff. And we say anybody who's going to participate, including sign language interpreters, anyone, all the vendors, have to go through disability training. Because if you don't, and you have so many people with disabilities in the same place, it's very easy for them to get into a problem, a simple challenge, and they don't get any help. A good example is when you have someone who's deaf or hard of hearing in a hotel room, and all they do is have a phone. When there's a problem, what are they going to do? So what we do is we work with the hotels, and they know which rooms have anyone who's deaf or hard of hearing, and we come up with a plan of how they'll keep monitoring them. We also make sure that every hotel has sign language interpreters 24/7 until the conference is over. So there's a lot of little things we look out for, and just to help improve the experience, because we want everyone to really have a great experience. But as I keep saying, it's about progress. We still make honest mistakes, yeah.
But I think this is true also for us. It's definitely a learning, and I think we also only can learn from feedback from conference attendees who have been there or have been watching online. And I think this staff training you mentioned, this was really visible, and so many helping hands around, and really in an appropriate manner. This was really very, very impressive. Let's maybe talk a little bit about streaming. I mean, we stream live here. The Fireside chats, and I think part of your conference was also streamed. So what's your experience?
So first, it's very expensive. It's expensive. But for us, it's very important because we live stream. We have 20 African countries that host watch parties during Inclusive Africa Conference, where they have between 50 to 100 people who come together to watch Inclusive Africa. So live streaming is very, very important. And most of the time we live stream day 1 and maybe day 2, and then the final day we don't live stream. Because there's also sometimes there's connection issues. There's a lot of things that come with live streaming. But when you see live streaming, there's an entire team that's behind live streaming. People think, one time someone said to me, but it's just a Zoom link, what's a problem? And I was like, oh my God, I can't even begin to explain. So I'm saying this to say that there's an entire team of very committed, very empowered people who are working 24 hours to make sure that a conference like this succeeds. So that's the same thing that we do, yeah.
I noticed also when being there, you had this fantastic entertainment acts of all sorts of. How do you do that?
So that's like the most exciting bit for my entire team as well. And this is because we have all these young people with disabilities who have amazing, amazing skills. A lot of them are creatives. They do poetry, spoken word. Some are actors, some are musicians, and everything. So what we do, we make sure that at the conference there's continuous entertainment. Why? We use this platform to help market the young people. And this is because this is the only time we have private sector or other companies present for them to see the skills that these young people have. And what happens is that after actually the conference, we've had a number of people who've gotten extra gigs and made quite a bit of money just by being at Inclusive Africa Conference. So we do feel it's our responsibility to showcase the amazing skills, in addition to entertaining everybody else so that it's not boring, you know? And also we are a very youthful conference, so there's a lot of young energy, excitement. So we try to make sure we keep the entertainment going as well. And our focus is really, the entertainment is always by young people with disabilities, yeah.
No, it's really wonderful. So what's the size of your team? How many people have the pleasure of working with you with all these services and entertainment possibilities and helping hands?
So let me say, when we started off, we were like 3 people. So very, very tough, sleepless nights. Currently, we are about 6. That's still a very, very minuscule team for the kind of work that we do, because there's a lot that's ongoing. We are 3 months away, and we're already working more than 8 hours, 10 hours, 12-hour days. So to really get it done correctly, we need a bigger team. But something that we are also changing is how we do things. We want to scale Inclusive Africa. And what that means is, instead of us starting the planning maybe 6-7 months before the conference, it's going to be an year-round planning. And part of it is because we need to plan way in advance. We need to engage our stakeholders. But we also want to create working groups and roundtables so that we can focus on different groups of people and help support businesses. So for example, financial services, that's a big problem in terms of accessibility in Africa. So we want to create like a channel for accessibility where we can work with local banks or anyone who provides mobile money services, and really to help them make their products inclusive by connecting them to the right people, giving them the right content, but also coming together to share knowledge. So for us to be able to have something like that in education, in employment, and all those different tracks, we definitely need a bigger team. And that's the only way we can be able to make Inclusive Africa the melting pot for accessibility and disability in Africa. That's our goal.
You have 20 seconds to promote this year's conference. Please go ahead.
Oh my goodness. So Inclusive Africa Conference is coming up on June 3rd through the 5th in Nairobi, Kenya. Please come and join us. If you're anywhere else, let us know. We can help you come to Kenya. And if you can't come, we do have the live stream option that you can register. Tell your friends about it and let them know that Africa is thriving and Africa is the place to be. So please join us and let's see. And remember, Africa has a population of about 1.4 billion people. If you think about 15% of that having some form of disabilities, then that means we have some work to do. And if you're using anything to do with technology, then accessibility should be at the forefront of all the design work and production of any digital products and services. So thank you so much for this chance.
Thank you, Irene. You've been watching a talk about Accessible Conference, and I had the pleasure to interview Irene Barikiriki. You're watching a live stream from the Zero Project Conference 2025, and thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Good afternoon. I'm Tom Butcher of the Zero Project, and I am honored to be joined today by, on my left, Noriko Takahashi, and on my right, Eduardo Moreira, both of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, or for short, UNIDO. And we're more than doubly pleased to see them here as two people. Also, it's the first time that UNIDO has joined us at the conference. And I have to say also, Eduardo, thank you so much. Eduardo has come all the way from Ukraine to join us, most of it by road and a tiny bit by air, I think. Today, we are going to discuss their Placed initiative, which is an initiative to advance inclusive entrepreneurship for persons with disabilities. So I am going to direct my attention first to Noriko and say, Noriko, could you please explain just what your Place initiative does?
Thank you. Oh, okay, now it's working. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you for having us today. It's an honor to discuss the Placed initiative, which aims to foster sustainable industrial development and create inclusive job opportunities, especially for individuals affected by conflict. We later talk about, of course, a program toward people with disability, and this will be done by Eduardo, but let me just quickly discuss about the overall initiative about Placed. Placed stands for Post-Conflict Livelihood Creation through Entrepreneurship Development. And our beneficiaries include like refugees, internally displaced persons, returnees, and also their host communities. People whose livelihood have been disrupted by conflict. These individuals are very often among the most vulnerable in society. Through Placed, we support them in rebuilding their livelihoods by providing a foundation for sustainable self-reliance. So
Great.
that's the...
Super, thank you so much.
Sure.
You mentioned foundation and foundations. Those are really important for the sustainability, the stability and the scalability of any sort of initiative. So what foundation do you seek to establish in Placed to promote the success of the initiative?
Yes, thank you. Very often in this humanitarian context, which are affected by conflict, of course, there are so many different humanitarian type of support, which is sometimes very often focused on relief, basically like providing products and also services. But our approach centers on creating an environment that fosters diverse and inclusive job market, ensuring no one is left behind in post-conflict recovery and reconstruction process. I need to talk into the microphone. We actually strive to dismantle barriers and also create clear pathways for those affected by conflict to rebuild their lives and contribute meaningfully to their communities. So, in other words, we actually invest in creating this sort of the ecosystem, the environment, but also we work with the meso-level institutions so that we build the capacity in their institutions to be able to continuously work on what we started so that our projects will not be one-off, but they're ensuring the sustainability as well. Equally important is our focus on also host communities and not just displaced populations, where we prioritize enhancing social cohesion through no harm principle. This ensures that our efforts benefit both displaced people but also local populations, fostering positive and sustainable integration process.
Great. Thank you so much. Yes, the whole issue of community and the importance of community is absolutely, for me, paramount in so many instances. So I'm now going to turn my attention to Eduardo. Eduardo, you're at the cutting edge. Tell me, how do you collaborate with employers and policymakers?
Hi, Tom. Well, my basic strategy is guerrilla tactics. So a lot of ambushing involved. With policymakers is relatively simple. We have mechanisms with the government that allows us to reach them, and through them going a little bit downwards to these meso-level institutions that Noriko is talking about, like regulators, educational boards, etc. When it comes to the private sector, most of the scenarios where we work, there is a strong lack of institutions that organize them. So this is where you need to be on the ground, chasing them down, go to their conferences, talk to them, and just visit them. A lot of the times we just go and knock at the doors and come in. And we find this to be quite successful because there's a distance between what is the private sector and what is the international community. They don't speak the same language. So by being there and talking to them in the terms that they do understand, facing the real problems or these small but real problems that they have, kind of allows us to create this network and this baseline. Because as a general rule, private sector is willing to engage, but they have their own timings, they have their own problems that need to be recognized.
I can relate to that. It's hustle, hustle, hustle. So that's the general way you go about it. Can you tell us in particular about your work in Ukraine?
Sure. I can tell you a little bit of what we're doing right now and how we got there. So right now we are facing in Ukraine a very big number of people that have suffered traumatic amputations. Resulting of the war, a lot of them veterans. So it's not only the physical disability that they are facing, but also it comes attached with some mental issues. And the population of Ukraine is quite dispersed. So we needed to go where people were. At this point was the rehabilitation centers. So these aggregators of people. And we started to introduce to them the concept of entrepreneurship. This was, again, a hustle, chasing them down, beating them up so that they were very soft to absorb us. Yeah. But we faced a lot of difficulties because when we were talking to them about entrepreneurship, their perception is that, oh, you cannot push people that are in this vulnerable stage into going out to business because it's highly stressful scenario. These people still need to do all of their recovery. You know. But again, we work at all the levels of the program. From try this, we will make sure that the trainers are trying to prepare the trainer how to guide the activity in a way that it aligns. There's a shift because they are seeing the changing mentality. So we are working with a renowned psychologist that by giving the space and the tools for them to work, even in a simulation-based, the discussion stopped being regressive. So we are no longer rehabilitating because all of that is regressive. Yep. It's going back to the person that they were and they no longer can be because they've lost limbs, they've lost their vision, and now they are being habilitated to do something else. And because it's a forward-looking conversation, this is the part that is transformative. So now we are talking about post-traumatic growth and about how do we integrate this education habilitation attached to what is the psychological support and the clinical side of the psychological support.
Thank you so much. So taking away from the first part of that, I think what I have gathered as an ingredient of your success, particularly in Ukraine, is that your approach is an approach customized to context. And only by customizing it to context will it work. And I just had one question. We're coming towards the end, but I had one question with, is it quite often difficult to identify who all the stakeholders are in the story to make it work?
Identifying the stakeholders is not that complicated. There is institutional barriers. Those are complicated. There are stakeholders, government, private sector. But when we are talking about inclusivity, this is not only institutional, this is also social. Everything works together. And we do seem to have a lot more success when we find people, not institutions. We find our own champions, and then we bring in the expertise to customize our approach to the human resources that is there, and building up that resource, and then from there, trying to organize the institutions and building them up to go into what is a positive direction.
Thank you very much. Yes, of course, humans, humans, humans. Wonderful. So we're just about to come to the end, but we have time, and certainly we have time, as I do with a lot of the people with whom I speak, is to give us 2 or 3 things that they would like us to take away, both me as the interviewer and you as the audience. So I'm going to pass it over to Noriko. So what 2 things or 3 things would you like the audience to take away with them?
Your question is related to entrepreneurship for the disabled.
The Placed Initiative.
Yeah, okay. I think the most important takeaway for me is that the capacity building part, you know, because we work very often in this humanitarian kind of context, and we work very much also with humanitarian, you know, players. Yeah. That are like, of course, as I also mentioned, but sort of humanitarian focus and development focus is very different. And often the case is that in humanitarian context, a lot of funding actually flows to humanitarian actors. And, you know, but in recent years, I mean, increasingly, the length of each conflict is getting longer and longer, average more than 10 years. So, what happens is that, you know, after a few years of like outbreak of the conflict, the funding depletes. Right. So there's no humanitarian support, but also, so basically, you know, but the situation is still there. You know, we haven't really found a sort of an exit or solution to that situation. So these displaced people are just left there, like sometimes stranded, so to say, to be able to sort of cope day to day. And so, you know, so it's very important for like development partner like UNIDO to come in to sort of make that bridge between this humanitarian phase and also development phase. So that, I mean, this is what we call humanitarian development nexus, right? So that's the takeaway, or let's say that's like the motto, or like, you know, the something that we actually really strongly believe in and try to promote.
Great, thank you very much indeed. And Eduardo, you have 47 seconds from now.
So for me is that there is a very big necessity to look at disability inclusion not as one single problem. It's a multitude of problems, and there is no silver bullet. You need to develop the contextualized solutions and then putting them into place, instead of this very broad generic approach, and not only focusing on what is the categorization of disability, but also looking at what are the limitations and how do we work these institutions so that they can absorb this instead of creating just specialized. So it's all about integrating them into the general system.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much, UNIDO. Thank you much, Noriko. Thank you very much, Eduardo. Great to see you here. We hope you'll come back again. And goodbye from me for this afternoon.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Zero Project Conference in Vienna. My name is Evert-Jan Hogewerf, and I'm the Secretary General of the European Association for the Advancement of Assistive Technology, the host of this session. Today we're going to talk about digital skills, the digital skills of people that work in work integration social enterprises, but not only the people with disabilities that work there, but also the staff that supports them. And we will also address the topic of assistive technology, and that's the reason why basically we were so interested in organizing this session together here. I have three guests where I'm going to discuss the topic with, and that's Evangelia Andreadi, from Margherita Center in Greece, Noemi Marchiotto from AIAS Bologna in Italy, and Javier Güemes from the Fundación ONS in Spain. And Javier is also the Vice President of the European Association of Service Providers for Persons with Disabilities. What these three organizations that they represent have in common is that these organizations all signed the BWise Alliance. And the BWise Alliance is a sector skills alliance that came out of the BWise project. And that project has as its aim to strengthen the situation of work social enterprises in work integration social enterprises in Europe. And the whole topics that was addressed in the project related to the development of digital skills and assistive technology related skills. Enough as an introduction. Evangelia, may I start with you? What are the main lessons that your organization has learned about when it comes to the development of digital skills of workers with disabilities, both in your center and in the project?
Okay, so for Greece, the participants in the BWise project were both service providers for people with neurodevelopmental disorders and social cooperatives for people with mental health disorders. And the results were quite similar from both of these two categories. The stakeholders asked and they also got involved in the projects where the managers, the professional supporters, and the beneficiaries, the service users of these organizations. So the use of technology in these organizations in Greece is mainly in a very basic operational everyday level. The service users mainly in the social cooperatives, because they're also older in age, are not very interested in using technology. They prefer to have manual jobs, and according to each specific job, they can have a bit more developed equipment or not. And but in general, they're not very interested in technology. COVID-19 helped because it made the communication platforms more mainstream, like Zoom or Teams or applications for communication mainly. But this is the basic level of skills.
Thank you, Evangelia. Over to you, Noemi. Very often having good digital skills is not enough when it comes to the integration of a worker in an environment. Assistive technology might be needed, or other types of reasonable accommodation. According to you, what are the gaps in knowledge and in skills that people outside the strict community of experts have around these type of reasonable accommodation solutions?
So I want to first mention the European research conducted by the BWise project, in which work integration and social enterprises were asked about the importance of ICT in their work context. The results shows that there is a strong resistance to the introduction of assistive technologies for workers with disabilities. More than 90% of the participant organizations state that they are not used in their work context, considering them irrelevant and not even a priority for the worker with disabilities. On the basis of this study, we can deduce that the need for reasonable accommodation and assistive technologies is generally not perceived by non-professionals, and the general knowledge of existing solution is low, especially when referring to the employment sector of people with a reduced ability to work. We can see a widespread failure to acknowledge the basic rights of people with disabilities, which is not only discriminatory, but a denial of their value and capabilities as workers. Often, employers don't simply hire without investing on the necessary environmental measures, without which people with disability remain connoted as seen only for their functional difficulties. At the AIS, we try to reduce this knowledge gap by organizing training sessions and events to raise awareness about it, aimed at different target groups, such as professionals, but also citizens, including people with disabilities and their families. We find it difficult to open a channel of communication with companies, but our goal is to build a stronger partnership with them to make more inclusive and accessible work environments.
Thank you, Noemi. Wow, that's a striking outcome, isn't it, of the survey? If the awareness of, even in the sector of work integration, self-organizations that support people with disabilities and entering into the job market is so low about the role of assistive technology and reasonable accommodation, then maybe we should do much more work there. Over to you, Javier, in Spain. How does your organization support the continuous development of the digital skills of the people that you support?
Well, thank you, Everjan. There are 4 elements that constitute our policy in this type of training. First of all, we believe in the necessity of defining participation and digital skills as an essential part of participation for persons with disabilities in society. The second is the force of transformation of digital skills also in the employment opportunities of persons with disabilities. The third one is that we need to invest in the change of culture inside the organizations to make sure that trainings are also accessible for persons with disabilities, and that we need to also invest in the change of the culture on how all these trainings are accessible also for persons. 2 examples on our site. Por Talento digital talent, let's put it that way, in which we invest in a digital hub to make sure that persons with disabilities acquire digital skills to get engaged in the tech sector. And the second is IHO. IHO is an application that allows persons with disabilities to receive some pre-training before going and moving into the labor market. These 2 elements for us are essential, and this is why we structure our input. Thank you.
Thank you. That's very interesting, Javier. Thank you. Back to you, Evangelia. You've heard what Javier's organization is doing. What are, according to you and Margarita, the most workable strategies to boost the digital skills development of people with disabilities, and what are the barriers, and how can we remove them?
Okay, so in Margarita, we operate in 2 levels. First, we have the pre-vocational level, where mainly beneficiaries, adolescents and young adults are there, and they are trained in a specific workshop about the enhancement of digital skills and communication. So they have a first contact with how to use the computer, how to manage social media and other platforms. They also participate in European projects. They co-create digital platforms. They produce podcasts, and they're very engaged with technology. Also, we operate in our supported employment department, We have a course dedicated to the development of digital skills of job seekers with neurodevelopmental disorders. We have developed a specific curriculum, again, with digital skills that are very useful in their everyday work in offices. And of course, we support beneficiaries in an individual level. For example, we have a beneficiary, Aris, that he's now working as a social media manager in one pharmaceutical company. And he of course, he had talent and a direction towards technology, but we work with him in a personal level in order to be better at his job.
Thank you, thank you. Noemi, I know that your center in Italy is leading on an important regional project on boosting the integration of people with disabilities into employment. I think it's called Lavorare in Rete, which means working in a network. My question for you would be, I mean, it's very much about supported employment, isn't it? So the supported employment as a theme is very, very central in that project. What are the lessons that you've learned so far when it comes to supported employment?
So we have learned that we have found greater employability results in the situation where the job coach is provided within an organization, and the job coach plays a central role in the supported employment model, as you said, and by facilitating the integration of the workers with disabilities at the workplace. A job coach also provides training to the managers and to the colleagues on how to make work environments and tasks more accessible to their workers. In this project, we also learn another important lesson about the importance to invest more resources in the transition phase from school to work. Especially in Italy, often young people with disability don't receive a proper orientation and training for work. And the risk is ending up in a loop of eternless internship, which really turn into a real job. We believe it's necessary to build an individual life project that includes work as a fundamental aspect for an independent life. And starting well before that the young people finishes their school studies. To do this, service provider must support families and young people step by step to help them enter the open labor market.
Thank you, Noemi. So, Javier, the BeWise Alliance, which actually has as its aim to continue work for the upskilling and the reskilling of workers with disabilities, and the BeWise Alliance, actually all 4 of our organizations are part of that alliance. What can the alliance do more to make sure that the message reaches the policy level, both at European and at national level?
Thank you, Verjan. I believe that we have crossed already the barrier of legislation. There is enough legislation in many places, still a lack of legislation in other areas, but still we have a good level of legislation. For us, there are 2 main elements that needs to be reinforced. Data. Data is important to measure our impact, but it's important also to create trust on our results. And I think it's the only way to approach policymakers is try to make sure that they trust our projects. And the second one is how to make an effective communication of the results. And this is why, for example, in IHO or in Portalento, we really make sure that we try to show the way and the results of reskilling and upskilling of persons with disabilities in the market.
Thank you. We're getting closer to the end of our session. I would like to thank you all very much for your presence here. And I'll grasp the opportunity of the last minute to promote the Triple ATE conference that we are organizing in Cyprus in September, 10 to 12 September. It's the conference, the biannual conference of the Association for the Advancement of Assistive Technology in Europe. We have a lot of scientific contributions, but there are also policy sessions, educational sessions, an innovation area, And we trust that a lot of the topics that have been discussed today here, so how to boost digital skills, how to make sure that assistive technology is actually used in all domains of life, will be addressed. We trust to see, to hope to see many of you there. The website is www.888e2025.eu. Thank you very much for your attention, and see you there. Bye-bye.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Zero Conference 2025. We are together with two great speakers and young people from the Washington DC. We will discuss about how, in the Washington University, inclusive research and disability inclusion helps, for the research of the university, and why young students want to engage in such research, and what's the purpose of that, and why we need to do that. Before that, let me introduce myself. My name is Kamil Gungor. I work for the European Network on Independent Living. I will be your host for the next 15 minutes. And we'll have captioning, we have sign language, and I want also to welcome all of you following online. Hopefully you can hear us and you can see us. Together with me, we have Alice Bruhl, welcome, and Alexandra Crooks from Washington University. You did a long trip to be with us, so I guess you have something very nice to share with us. So, yeah, I think I can give you the floor to tell us a bit who you are and what you do, and we take it from there. So, who wants to start?
I can start. Thank you for the introduction. My name is Alice Bruhl. I'm in my last year of study at the University of Washington, majoring in international studies and French. And I found the Disability Inclusive Development Initiative through my interest in refugee studies and climate migration. Our project was heavily focused on refugees with disabilities, and so that's kind of how I fell into disability studies.
Hi everyone, thank you for coming, and thank you Camille for the introduction. My name is Alexandra Crooks, and I'm a junior at the University of Washington, majoring in public health on a pre-law track. And I'm very excited to have this conversation today.
Thank you, we are excited too. I think we have also an audience here who is interested on that, and hopefully online. And yeah, I was reading about your project on your website, and you have you tackle a very diverse aspect when it comes also to disabled refugees from Uganda, from Germany, from different parts of the world, which is very interesting. And yeah, why you do it? What motivated you to engage in that?
I can start off. For me, I have participated in many different study abroad programs related to research on refugee populations and migrants. And so this project really appealed to me because I had explored different intersections with the environment and sustainability, but I hadn't yet explored that intersection of refugees with disabilities. And so I really took it as an opportunity to learn more about how we can create inclusive humanitarian responses to help inform how I conduct research in general, and also how I can use that in my future career.
Thank you. Yes, and Alexander? Sorry?
Can you ask the next question?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
No worries, no worries. So, yeah, maybe you can tell us a little bit, how is the working with your mentors supporting your research and your studies in this field? Did they are supportive? Do you learn a lot from them? Do you implement, I don't know, some techniques?
Okay, so our advisor, Professor Megan McCloskey, founded the Disability Inclusive Development Initiative, and she developed a multi-step research approach which really allowed us as undergraduate students to understand the barriers that asylum seekers with disability face during asylum proceedings. And so our approach comprised of 4 steps. First, we conducted a literature review as well as a legal mapping exercise to identify the relevant international, national, and legal frameworks. We also did a data analysis, and we did stakeholder interviews. So in order to identify the relevant laws, we selected these provisions based on 2 criteria. First, their applicability to asylum seekers and migrants, and second, the protections that they afford persons with disabilities under the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Next, we dove into our stakeholder interviews, where we had the opportunity to speak with various stakeholders within the International Rescue Committee, the Norwegian Refugee Council, the Danish Refugee Council, and also humanitarian inclusion. And we really found that this was part of the most significant aspect of our process, because it allowed us to hear like the lived experiences from people who are actively working on this issue on the ground. We next dove into our literature review, where we gathered additional data for our report and our findings, and this also helps to contextualize our project within the greater disability discourse. And then finally, we conducted a data analysis, data synthesis on the comparisons between each of our countries, kind of like looking at the similarities and the differences between the countries in order to produce tangible recommendations for reform in the area of disability inclusion and refugee rights.
Thank you. Do you want to add something, or I continue?
I can add on to that. We had different country-specific legal advisors who helped us through this process, and they were able to provide different cultural contexts and allow us to interpret how these laws are realistically implemented or not implemented in each country. And so I worked on Uganda, Alex worked on Colombia, and so we each were paired with a lawyer from those countries who were able to help us navigate these complex legal documents.
Oh, and I kind of just wanted to add on to that too. Another thing that was really significant from this process was learning about sort of the difference in the significance of both quantitative and qualitative data. So our cohort was able to learn how to conduct quantitative data analysis through the legal mapping exercise, but we found that the most important insights for our particular study came from the stakeholder interviews, which provided the nuance to understand how these frameworks are working in practice, as well as the literature review. And this sort of challenged my existing notion that real research is something that just includes rigid methodologies and raw, hard numbers, and really reinforce the idea that the human experience is to be centered in research, especially that research that focuses on human rights. And so this kind of changed the way that I think about research.
Yes, thank you for this final comment. It's very important. I'm thinking from our perspective and the independent living movement, we are a research-based movement. We ask for people to, for the institutionalization, personal assistance, living in the community, and of course we work with researchers to prove that what we are asking for, it's doable, it's feasible, and it works in the world, in different parts of the world. So what you say about the role of research makes total sense, and I can really relate. And we need research, more research. That's why we also have a independent living research network in our case. And there's these different conferences about disability research around the world. There is one in Finland in a few months, for example, which will gather a lot of really interesting disability research related topics. So, thanks to research, we can move forward, I think, and we can understand better the situation and also advocate for our rights. Because it's one thing for me to say, yes, I want money from the government, for example, for personal assistance, and because that's my right and human right. And it's different to have a research behind me saying that this is benefiting the society, because the disabled people is active, and then you give back, and you employ people, and and that these people are productive while staying in institutions. You just pay money from the government, and this is all thanks to research. So definitely. Well, then maybe I wanted to ask you. You said we are doing this and that. What it means we? You are a big team. What? Yeah, maybe you can tell us a bit about your team.
So our cohort was 6 undergraduate students supported by our team of legal advisors. So there was a legal advisor for each country, and we examined Germany, Colombia, Uganda, Bangladesh, and the United States. And so that was our team. We also were supported by a postgraduate student who assisted with the United States section, as well as a graduate student who worked with Alex on the Colombia section. And so it was a small team of researchers, and I think that with the necessary support, we were able to use our small team to hopefully instill a movement of change within our university and inspire inclusivity in our coursework and in organizations in the Seattle area.
Yeah, and kind of to build on what Alex is saying, our advisors specifically and intentionally designed our research methodologies with the goal of helping us understand how specific United Nations international treaties are implemented on the ground. And this is because at the end of our project last May, we had the opportunity to present these findings to the Protection Officer on Disability, Inclusion, and Aging from the UNHCR. And so this kind of showed all of us that when we as undergraduate students have the opportunity to engage in dialogue with important stakeholders, we really do possess the ability to move the needle on these types of issues that we're focusing on. And it kind of just empowered all of us as students to continue to focus on this work. And an example of this is that several members of our cohort have actually moved on to acquire internships, volunteer work, and research experiences with different organizations such as UW Law, the City of Seattle, the UW Office of Undergraduate Research, congressional representatives, as well as the International Rescue Committee. And all of us, although we come from different disciplines, we've been able to incorporate this work back into our future careers and the things that we're doing now. So that's been really, really cool to see amongst my cohort members. Another thing is that we've been able to present this research to multiple different departments and settings across the University of Washington, which has generated really awesome and interesting conversations on the role of disability inclusion across different disciplines. And we've been able to center the importance of these conversations and emphasize really how, what this means to people from all areas of academic study at our institution, which has been really special.
Yes, indeed, and thank you for sharing that. Now a question which is not part of the script, but I think it's really interesting for the people, but also for the challenges you may face. So I wanted to see what are the challenges you face, and if nowadays with the situation we all know, especially from the US, do you think that this program will have difficulties to continue? Will it be more difficult for you to do your research and for the future students to continue this? What do you think is based on today's situation?
I think that a main challenge that we faced when we were conducting our research was finding reliable sources of data. There is a large gap in data collection regarding refugees with disabilities in terms of the collection of data, as I'm sure many of you are familiar with. And now looking at kind of the state of the United States and conducting research in general, I think that we can expect to face more challenges with lack of funding. And our project was not funded, and so perhaps that won't be affected. But I think just the general culture around inclusive research, that conversation is continuing to change. And I think that unfortunately that might create more difficulties for the research initiative, but I'm hoping that it will also encourage people to pursue inclusive research as a result of these difficulties.
I think the way I want to go about this question is discussing how several of the NGOs that we had the opportunity to speak with were not organizations that were specifically focused on disability. So we talked with several organizations focusing on refugees, asylum seekers, etc. But we found that many NGOs across our various contexts weren't actually collecting information about people with disabilities, and this made it harder to implement changes after the fact because so much aid was just being going to general situations in the country, and with a lack of specific organizations focusing and talking about this topic, it kind of became invisible and harder for us to go about our work.
Thank you. So we are closing to the end of the session. Before we finish, we have half a minute. Of course, we didn't discuss everything. There is much more from what you do. And yeah, maybe someone, can you tell us quickly to the audience where people can learn more about your work? What should we Google to read more?
You can Google the Disability Inclusive Development Initiative and find out more about our project as well as past projects and hopefully future projects as well. You can also connect with us on LinkedIn. Our emails, I believe, are on the Disability Inclusive Development Initiative website as well if you're interested in reaching out to learn more.
Thank you. I would like to thank you, Alice. I would like to thank you, Alexandra. Thank you all of you who follow it in person and online, and to everyone who worked for this fireside chat, to the interpreters, and to the staff of the Zero Project conference. More fireside chat are coming, so stay tuned. And yeah, have a good day. It was good.
Thank you so much.
No, I mean, you do so many things, so.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, depending where you're at. My name is Robert Ludke. I have the honor of moderating our panel called Case Studies in Disability-Driven Innovation. And I'll introduce our distinguished panelists in a moment, but really what this panel is about is the highlighting the transformative power of innovation driven by persons with disabilities that time and time again has proven to create value across society for everyone, regardless of disability, through new ideas, new products, new goods and services that make all of our lives better. And so again, it is a way of creating long-term lasting value for society. And really what this conversation today will be about is it's a master, think of this as a master class in just new ways of thinking, new ways of bringing people into the workforce, and scaling ideas into concepts, to products that, again, that transform our lives. And just, you know, to maybe remind everyone how much all of us use disability-driven innovation every day, right? Think of curb cuts and sidewalks. Think of the cruise control in your cars. Think of the good old-fashioned typewriter, all a result of disability-driven innovation. And just think of the trillions and trillions of dollars of economic value those innovations have created, but also the lasting impact that each of those have had in our lives. And I recently wrote a book called Case Studies in Disability-Driven Innovation, and I think that the biggest takeaway that I had from the book, and this was such a wonderful learning, is that I must have interviewed over 50 people who identify as disabled in the book. And time again, they told me that their superpower was in fact their disability, that it wasn't this, you know, it wasn't their education, it wasn't their, you know, their brilliance or anything like that. It was their disability, and that taught them just the power of resilience, of courage, and of getting up and going back to school the next day in the face of defeat. And I think we're going to talk about some of that too, about being resilient and how that is instrumental to driving innovation. So without further ado, let me introduce our distinguished panelists. On the very far right, I'm sorry, I should have described myself. So my name is Robert Ludke. I'm on your far right, the far left of the panel. I'm wearing a blue blazer with a blue and white check shirt, and I have short, quickly graying hair. The panelist next to me is Sarah Mark from Salesforce. She is wearing a black and white checked blazer. She has very, very nice platinum hair. Mike Hess is in Mike is in the middle, wearing the infamous golden hoodie. There we go. Mike will talk about why he was awarded the golden hoodie in a bit. And then on the far right is Diego Mariscal. And so Sarah is the Director of Workforce Development in the Office of Accessibility at Salesforce, where she leads the Workforce Navigators program. And that is an initiative dedicated to building strategic partnerships to enhance disability inclusion and accessibility at every stage of a career seeker's journey within the Salesforce ecosystem. And the Workforce Navigators programming includes mentorship programs, providing scholarship opportunities for job seekers, and fostering collaborations with nonprofits and NGOs such as Mike and the team at the Blind Institute of Technology. Mike is the founder and the executive director of the Blind Institute of Technology, which is a global organization headquartered in Denver, Colorado, working hard to advance professional opportunities for people with disabilities. And through partnerships with organizations such as Salesforce and other Fortune 500 companies around the world, BIT has celebrated employment successes in areas such as website development, business analysis, and finance. And as Mike has said, BIT's mission is to blaze a path between companies and the untapped talent of professionals with disabilities. And Diego, disabled and proud, Diego is the founder and CEO of Together International, a nonprofit organization and global startup accelerator run by and for entrepreneurs with disabilities. Diego also is passionate for inclusion and accessibility and advocating for both. And he and his team at 2GI and their partner organizations work to empower founders with disabilities with the tools and resources they need for their companies to be leaders in their respective industries. So Mike, I want to ask you the first question, and this is something that you and I have talked a lot about in the past, which is there's a big difference between someone getting a job and someone having a career that evolves around their job. Can you differentiate the difference between a job and a career, and kind of BIT's role in fostering the development of careers, the development of workforce, rather than just placing people in jobs?
Absolutely, Bob. In the U.S. specifically, I'll talk about the U.S. market for right now. So way too often, specifically for the blind low vision community, the options for employment have circulated around, call it customer service, manufacturing, and I don't know what the third would be. It's a really limited opportunities for the blind low vision community that have historically been out there. And growing up in tech as I did, technology is the game changer. And regardless of what industry individuals are wanting to go into, it doesn't matter if it's the service industry or healthcare or hospitality, it doesn't matter. Like, technology is always going to be a part of that career seeker's journey. And so allowing individuals to, first of all, feel more comfortable and more empowered with accessible technology will allow them to have choice. And since software like Salesforce it's in 90% of the Fortune 500 companies, you can go into healthcare, you can go into financial services, you can go into tech, you can go. I mean, it doesn't matter the industry, but all of a sudden, accessible tech allows an individual just to have choice, right? And with choice is power. Like, don't put me in a box just because A, I'm blind, and B, I'm blind, right? Like, so you just don't put me in that box just because you think that here are my options. So, accessible tech empowers individuals, and it's more pervasive than just blind low vision. Accessible tech is the game changer for so many of the professionals with disabilities community.
Thank you, Mike. And Sarah, maybe you can take his answer a step or two further and talk about the Workforce Navigators program and what Salesforce is trying to achieve about it, both for Salesforce, but more broadly for workforce development.
Yeah, thank you. So the Workforce Navigators program was developed, we launched it 5 years ago now, 2020. And the business case for it is Salesforce is this enormous enterprise tech company, right? All of our customers and partners need talent to run the platform. And we as a company are therefore inspired, motivated to help build that talent pipeline. And as Mike often says, we have a huge untapped talent pool in people with disabilities. So there's a real business case for doing this work. It's not a charitable cause. It's part of our strategy. I just wanted to say too, Bob, regarding your intro, as you were talking, I was thinking, yeah, as people say, my disability is my superpower, and that the disability drives innovation, that seems almost so obvious now as I'm thinking about it, right? Like, what is innovation? Innovation is thinking of a new way to do things. And what would cause you to need to find a new way to do things, but not being able to do it the way everyone else is doing it due to a disability of whatever kind? And new ways of doing things, as we've talked about all throughout this week, are beneficial to everyone for all kinds of reasons that we may or may not expect at the beginning of that innovation. So, yeah, I just wanted to say thank you for that.
No, well, that's a perfect answer, and it's also a perfect lead to Diego, because Diego, you're working with innovators and entrepreneurs really at the opposite end of the spectrum of an established global company like Salesforce. and they are innovating across really every concept in society. So tell us a little bit about your work at 2GI. Tell us a little bit about what life is like for a lot of your entrepreneurs, and what's kind of the mission critical needs that they require to become the next Salesforce.
Yeah, so great questions. So first I'll share to kind of piggyback on what Sarah was saying, and disclaimer, Bob and I are good friends, so what I'm about to say comes from a good place. I think that the term superpower in introductions when we talk about disability somewhat alienates the conversation around disability, because superpower has this sort of underlining connotation that it's not something that we can relate to. So we deliberately, specifically at Together International, talk about disability as a competitive advantage for business, because they're two sides of the same coin. Meaning, as a person with a disability, you have to be resilient, you have to be creative, you have to be innovative on how you live your life. How we get dressed, how we drive, how we communicate. And the whole thesis of Together International, and we've seen this time and time again, is those are the same skills that entrepreneurs have to develop, hone, and perfect, right? And so if we give folks the right resources and support, they can hone those skills so that disabilities, in fact, become a competitive advantage for them as entrepreneurs. So to answer your question more specifically, what have we seen in the entrepreneurs that we support? For example, Eric Ingram, who does satellite inspection in space, who was also featured in your book, he talks about my competitive advantage has been that resiliency, that tenacity, that creativity that has come from my disability, more so than the industry itself. And to the second part of your question, which is what challenges do we face specifically, I think it's more so systematical challenges, meaning many entrepreneurship spaces are not accessible for founders with disabilities. Many of us in the States and around the world face benefit challenges because if we make too much money, we're at risk of losing Medicaid and other healthcare benefits. So it's an infrastructural barriers that Together International and others are trying to break so that there can be more Salesforce, so that there can be more leaders of industries that are not bound by the limitations of the systematic limitations, if you will.
And maybe now, Sarah, let me come back to you, because one way to really transform the economy, one way to really advance many of the startups that Diego works with, is for corporations like Salesforce with these massive global supply chains to bring more entrepreneurs with disabilities in the supply chains, their innovations into the supply chains. In the case of your partnership with Mike, just bringing them into the workforce in a really meaningful way. Like, how does Salesforce look at disability-driven innovation, workforce development in a comprehensive way at all levels of the organization, rather than just a program or two that are part of what Salesforce does to drive its workforce?
Yeah, so my program, Workforce Navigators, sits within the Office of Accessibility, which is a small but mighty organization that sits within our finance department, and we are operating under a hub and spoke model, right? So rather than just owning product accessibility or digital accessibility, we have members who advocate for disability inclusion and accessibility in every aspect of the company. So in events, real estate, sure, compliance, but that's really the very basic first step that we try and leap over really quickly. So the answer is that we insert ourselves into every team across the company. We have team members at all different countries across we're a global company. We have representatives all over the world, and we work really hard to build relationships cross-functionally so that we have champions embedded into every program, touching every aspect, including product, but not limited to product.
And when you're building those relationships and you're championing the work that you do, like what's your selling point when you come into the room and you talk to your colleagues? Like, what is the selling point for your work? What's the value proposition behind it?
So, I mean, it depends on who you're talking to, right? And how far along they are in this conversation already. There are people who are so happy to have this conversation and ready to go as far as we can go. And then there are folks who start off reticent or don't see the value, and so then we're starting from a different, position. But our argument is always that this is good for business. This is good for business in every way, and again, in ways that we may not even be thinking about when we're first thinking about addressing a particular accessibility barrier. So there are studies that show disability inclusion at a company not only increases revenue because of the product being available to millions of additional people, but also increases company loyalty through the employees who feel a sense of pride in belonging to a company that advocates for and does disability inclusive work. Aside from people with disabilities, there are family members of people with disabilities who are working in our company, and we have seen a really strong advocacy push from our employees that's actually the reason the Office of Accessibility exists, is because of our employee resource group advocating for it about 5 years ago. So everyone that you meet with, you have to treat like an individual, right? So the first step is sort of assessing where are you at, and then what's going to be the motivating factor for you to take this forward in your particular role.
Perfect. And Mike, you've been in the workforce. You were a very successful, very senior level IT executive in a number of companies. You now mentor people to be successful in the workforce. Like, what is the, maybe on the individual level, the value proposition that you try to instill in the people that you mentor about what they bring to their organization, whatever their role may be?
Sure. I want to piggyback on what Sarah was saying, though, too, about kind of the value proposition. So, like, as of June 28th here in the EU, the European Accessibility Act is about to be instituted. So, and so this is what I had heard in a session yesterday, was it's the first accessibility legislation with teeth here in the EU, which means that the EU is able to take products off the shelf if they are not accessible. So accessibility isn't one of those like, oh, this is so nice and it feels so good and look at the silver lining and we're helping. No. No, this is business, team, right? Like businesses are in business for bottom line, and accessibility adds to the bottom line, and that's the exact same approach. So when we so BIT, Blind Institute of Technology's mission. So we have kind of two communities that we bridge for, right? So the professionals, the greatest untapped human potential on the planet, which is professionals with disabilities, and we're able to prove that statistically. And then you have organizations, and again, another session here at the Zero Conference yesterday, like by 2030, not too far away, team, we're talking an 80 million person shortage in the workforce, right? So 80 million people shortage, and yet you have this huge untapped human potential in professionals with disabilities. So for organizations like the business, and then if you look at the Accenture Disability Equality Index report, where organizations that recruit and retain talent from the professionals with disabilities community have a 28% higher revenue, 2 times higher net operating income. Like the business case is there. There's no reason why professionals with disabilities should be removed or even not thought of when it comes to the talent pool equation. However, what's interesting, just having an amazing conversation in the courtyard just now with a young woman from Persia, from Iran, and talking about that population of, like, we're having this true conversation about disability and how in a third of the world right now, disability is still shameful. Right? It's still like this, like we, the disability community, are just, I mean, in some parts, so many parts of the world, like we're shameful to families. Like we're omitted because of culture. So we have to get, like, to me, the solution for this, it's a Marcom, it's a communications, it's a marketing kind of solution to get out there and to showcase, like, we are the greatest untapped human potential on the planet, and it's all due to marketing.
Diego, I saw your eyes light up, so why don't you follow up on that?
I mean, we started this conversation, right, talking about marketing and using the term superpower versus competitive advantage, and I totally agree. The whole preface of Together International and the work that I think Zero Project and others are doing is repositioning repositioning disability as the source of innovation and untapped potential. And I mean, we talked about it earlier, right? That disability has a potential to affect all of us, right? If we live long enough, we're gonna be a part of the community. And there was a conversation we were having earlier, right, about whether or not disability is a niche market or a large market. And I think that more than that, it's really how do we look at changing the mindset of the entire global population so that a marketing play essentially, so that they start to see disability as an opportunity market, as an opportunity to innovate, as an opportunity to bring forefront of innovation to everybody.
Okay, so we're now marketing the value proposition of disability. So Sarah, you're a very compelling and effective internal marketer of disability in the value proposition of disability at Salesforce. If speaking to the audience here, I mean, what are 3 or 4 lessons that you've learned in all your communications, your engagements with your colleagues at Salesforce that you feel could apply kind of across the private sector to, you know, not only understand the value proposition of hiring persons with disabilities, but like truly creating an environment to maximize not only their talent, but frankly, the talent of their entire team? Because studies have shown once you foster a culture of psychological safety for everyone, the entire organization benefits. So just explain some of the lessons that you've learned in your time with Salesforce that, again, could apply to others and maybe some takeaways for folks here.
Okay, so I'm going to speak candidly because that's what I do. You have to let people say dumb things. You have to have conversations where you're willing to let people make mistakes. Sometimes those conversations can be difficult to hear, but you're not going to get anywhere if you only talk to the people who already have bought in. So you have to be willing to have those conversations. You have to start initiating those conversations. And I think, you know, I have another friend who works in inclusion, and she said, you know, people always think, we'll have a hiring initiative, we'll bring people in, and then it will be inclusive. And no, it's the opposite, right? We need to create an inclusive environment. And for one, people are already there. They may just not be telling you because it doesn't feel inclusive. And 2, more people will be interested in joining because we can tell when a place is a hostile work environment or a friendly work environment. It's not a secret. It's readable right away, and we feel it in our bodies. We're animals, right? Human animals. We can tell if we are welcome or if we're under threat. So my marketing advice is to have those conversations, start normalizing having those conversations frequently. It's not once a year for Disability Employment Awareness Month. And and trying to call people in and sharing information so that they feel empowered to start having those conversations and initiating those conversations as well.
Perfect. And Mike, when you're talking with the people in the programs at Blind Institute of Technology, what do you tell them so that they are best equipped to frankly, meet some of the challenges that Sarah just outlined, push through those challenges, and really every day bring value to their organization.
Oof. So again, another great conversation that we're having here at Zero earlier was talking about resilience and just the internal fortitude to overcome like that. So people with disabilities, like that's kind of our everyday. Like this world wasn't built for me. It wasn't built for it wasn't. So, newsflash, it wasn't. However, again, so like another stat I learned here at Zero: 84% of people with disabilities acquire their disability in their adulthood. So it's a huge percentage of people. So a lot of folks are learning, right, that resilience, and they learn really quickly that the world wasn't built for them. So, so helping them along with because the perception for those individuals is, I can no longer be an attorney, I can no longer be a software engineer, I can no longer whatever, fill in the blank. And so we're here to let them know, no, absolutely you can, and it's going to look and sound a bit different. And so a lot of the wraparound services that we offer to our career seekers is exactly that. It's just helping them with this journey. So disability is a journey. I've been legally blind or blind my entire life. Shortly after the Mayflower landed, it's been a long time, right? So kind of used to this, but I do have dark days, and it has nothing to do with my blindness, right? Like, so disability is it's a mental, emotional, spiritual journey, right? And we help individuals, career seekers all over the globe, and it's just one of these amazing, like, I'm so fortunate to be like part of this amazing journey of blind-assisted technology, because it doesn't matter the culture. Doesn't matter the culture. I mean, socioeconomic, geopolitical, doesn't matter the persuasion of individuals that reach out to us. They are like, disability transcends all of that. We talked about in Pakistan, in Israel. It doesn't matter where people are calling in from. Like, we have so many similar, like it's really hard to be blind or disabled in Pakistan, and it's really hard to be blind or disabled in the U.S. Like, it just is. And so that, like, that uniqueness, that lived experience just draws us together in a community where we can say, and we always have an intake process. And our initial interview, it's always a professional with a disability. And we always say, hey, by the way, I'm legally blind or blind my entire life. Do you identify with a disability? And we hear this like, oh, because they're like, yeah, and I usually don't say that I am, but thank you for giving me this safe place.
And Diego, a lot of the people that you work with together internationally, your entrepreneurs, I mean, they come to this entrepreneurial journey from a lot of different ways. Some of them are just have this natural passion for entrepreneurship and innovation. Some of them, for all the reasons that we've talked about here, feel that the so-called traditional career path isn't available or open or accommodating to them, and therefore they're, in a way, forced or required to take their career into their own hands and innovate their own career through entrepreneurship. How do you kind of manage those expectations and all those different approaches to entrepreneurship with the differing people that you work with in 2GI?
So first of all, I'm going to say, I'm going to give a plug to Bob and his book. I get the last word in the book, and apparently I get the last word here.
Close to the last word here, too.
He must like me somehow. So how do we work with entrepreneurs that are at various different stages? I think there's been a multitude of perspectives, right, of how someone comes to entrepreneurship or to innovation, right? And it goes back to what we said in the beginning of thinking about disability as a competitive advantage for business marketing and that sort of storytelling. To piggyback on what Mike was saying, because we're talking about disability as a competitive advantage, and because we're giving people access to resources, mentorship, and funding, many of our entrepreneurs who participate in our program, it's the first time they are ever identifying as having a disability, because we only work with entrepreneurs who have disabilities. So to be eligible to our programs, they have to identify as having a disability. And so because we're flipping the script, because we're saying disability is something positive that gives you access to these things, more and more people are feeling comfortable disclosing their disability. They're feeling a part of a community, et cetera, et cetera. One of the things, if not the thing, that we hear again and again of the entrepreneurs that we work with, more than the mentors, more than the resources we provide, is the community of people that they can see themselves in, and that they don't have to feel like they have to mask or pretend. And I think bringing that community and creating that storytelling of innovation and creativity allows people to be more of themselves. So
you truly have the last
go.
word. So thank you. Thank you. Sarah Mark from Salesforce, Mike Hess, Blind Institute of Technology, Diego Mariscal, Together International. Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good morning, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to Zero Project Conference 2025, the Fireside Chat for Billion Strong Rising, Thriving in Impossible Times. I'm Dr. Stephen Fremill, Corporate Global Head of Accessibility at Merck and MSD, and delighted to have Deborah Rue join us today. A little bit about Deborah. Deborah is an advocate for inclusion and technology for good, is a globally recognized market influencer and advocate for the inclusion of people with disabilities. With over 500,000 followers on social media, she is among the top 2% of voices on LinkedIn, making her a powerful voice in the spheres of technology for all, technology for good, and AI for good. Deborah has spoken at numerous multinational corporations, the United Nations, and the World Bank, emphasizing the importance of accessible technology and inclusive practices. Deborah is also a speaker for the U.S. State Department representing the United States. She has authored 3 impactful books on disability inclusion and the role of technology in creating a more equitable world. As the founder of Rue Global Impact, a think tank focused on disability inclusion, Deborah has driven forward-thinking initiatives and fostered global dialogues on these critical issues. Additionally, she co-founded Billion Strong, the world's first grassroots identity organization for people with disabilities. Billion Strong aims to unite the global disability community and enhance their visibility and support network. Deborah's efforts are rooted in her belief that technology can and should be a force for good, creating opportunities and breaking down barriers for all. Her work continues to inspire and lead the way forward towards a more inclusive and accessible world. So thank you, Deborah, for joining us all the way from the United States, and we're delighted that you're able to join us. Perhaps a few opening words for our audience, our global audience, before we dive into some of the topic and the questions that we're looking at. Okay.
Just
okay.
Like,
Yes, Deborah, can you hear us? Are you able to hear us? Okay. Yeah. Deborah, if you're talking to us, we cannot hear you. I heard something.
No.
Yep. Heard a little bit.
Yeah, I turned off my camera to see if that would help.
That works wonderfully. We'll go with that. We can hear you perfectly. So thank you. I think we're connected now. And let's move forward. And I think one of the first questions that we want to address is really around coming together. And what does that mean? Why should people with disabilities and disability organizations come together?
And Stephen, thank you so much for interviewing me today. Also, I wanted to say I'm very proud to be an ambassador for Zero Project. I really love the conference, and I think what they're doing is really adding so much value, especially with the research, which I appreciate. So, and it is the Wi-Fi. Apologize.
No worries.
Steve, can you hear me?
I can hear you now, yes. But if you're talking right now, then I'm not hearing you.
Yeah. Steve?
Yep, yes.
Steve, I'm so...
Yeah. Okay.
Steve, I
So,
apologize.
no
I can't,
worries. No worries.
those are, it always works. And of course, the Wi-Fi god gets to decide. So.
Yes, no worries. Okay, so we are going to, at least for now, cancel this session, and we'll look to see what possibly we can do going forward. So apologies for everyone, but we'll look to see how we can adapt. Thank you.
Thank you. Apologies.
Hello, everybody. I'm Mark Walker from AbilityNet. I'm very pleased to say I'm here to host a fireside chat at Zero conference. Not my first Zero conference. I love it here. And this is just a really good example of just the variety and the mix of stuff that Zero conference pulls together. I'm part of the group that's been promoting inclusive arts, and today we're going to be meeting Jacob from, breakdancing community and particularly around disability and breakdancing. So I'm really pleased to meet Jacob. Hi, Jacob. I know that you've got up pretty early in the day. You're right over the other side of the state. So could you just introduce yourself? Tell us a little bit about yourself and the group that you're from and the work that you do, because it's just really cool.
Yes, hello, good morning. My name is Jacob Lyons. That's spelled out Lyons. And my breakdance name is Cujo. It's spelled Kujo. I sometimes do this because I'm also called Crazy Cujo, and it's the letter K, and it makes me a little crazy. But I am what we call a b-boy or a breakdancer, and I've been dancing since I was 15 years old. The year was 1992, and breaking is the world calls it breakdancing, we call it breaking. And it was a dance form that started in New York City and is spread around the world, and is one of the only dance forms that is open to people with a wide variety of abilities. So people that maybe were born missing a limb, or don't have the use of a limb, don't have the full use of hearing, don't have the full use of sight, maybe are using a crutch, dancing in a wheelchair, that sort of thing. It's a very adaptable dance in that it's the only dance form, to my knowledge, where you do not have to adapt your body to fit the dance form. You can adapt the dance form to fit your body. So I'm part of a group called Ill Abilities, and it's ILL Abilities. And in hip hop, we like to take an adjective like ill and reverse the meaning, so that ill would be amazing. And so instead of disabilities, we have ill abilities, we like to say, because our disabilities give us superpowers in a special way. They allow us to be very creative in unusual ways that distinguish us from many other breakdancers. So we are an international crew. We have 9 members in 7 different countries, and I am based in the United States. I'm the only member based in the United States, and I'm by far the oldest member. I'm pushing 50 now and still doing this part-time, not quite full-time.
Cool. And could you tell us a little bit about the activities that you're doing as well? Because you're not, some of it, as you said, was performing, and some of it's workshops, and clearly there's some bit there where you're bringing in people, engaging with people for the first time, and also but also people who are working together, performing together.
Yes. So we participate in 3 primary modes of work, and a lot of them overlap, and they are both within the breaking community, which is quite large and global, but also outside of the community, the breaking community. And so these 3 forms of work are performing arts. We do a lot of theater shows and similar things, and as well as performances at conferences and corporate events and things like that. We do workshops, which are both geared towards competitive breakers, beginning breakers, all levels of people who participate in the dance form, but also geared towards people outside of our community. So sometimes that will be in, universities for dance students who are studying classical contemporary dance, but other times it will be for people who have a wide variety of ill abilities or different abilities. And often those will be clustered around one specific category of disability. So for example, we might have a workshop for deaf students, or a workshop for students with cerebral palsy even, or people in workshops to people with crutches, and so on and so forth. And then much more often a wide variety where a single workshop includes people with a wide variety of disabilities as well as people without disabilities. And the fun, the beauty of breaking is that we can adapt the dance and the movements on the dance to fit any category of ability or lack of ability, any restriction that you can think of. And so These workshops can go in a wide variety of directions depending on who shows up. So for example, we might encourage within their level of willingness to participate, a student in a wheelchair to try to get out of the wheelchair and see what they can do, either using the wheelchair as a prop or without the wheelchair at all. Well, how can they move on the floor within their range of movement abilities? And we'll help them discover movements that they enjoy doing and that are kind of cool. You know, we like to try to present a certain level of coolness, so to speak, in breaking. And so there are things like that in our workshops, and that self-confidence that can be gained in a workshop like that can then expand and extend outside of the workshop to where you have not just confidence in your ability to move a bit more freely, but maybe your ability to engage with the world a bit more freely. And the third form of work that we do is speaking, so motivational speaking and that kind of thing. And often we combine all three. The motivational speaking is where we can reach a much broader audience. We don't necessarily have to have people participate in the dance that we do, but we get to speak about what we do. We get to encourage the listener, the audience, with the message that we have, and we do have a bit of a slogan that we like to convey in all of our work, all the workshops and speeches and so on, which is no excuses, no limits.
Nice. And I guess part of the challenge is that you are pushing people both physically and emotionally, and in some senses that you mentioned that when we were just chatting earlier. There's two sides to that they physically may be doing something they may not be quite used to, but also they may be being pushed in a way that's slightly uncomfortable or that they're not necessarily. How does that work for you? How do you see that happening with the workshop participants, and how do you manage that in terms of encouraging engagement and participation in the dancing?
So the exact mode of doing that would depend very much on the individual. Right. And you know, and we can start with the idea that discomfort is extremely important in order to do anything in life. You have to get a little bit uncomfortable, and you have to go through that process of, you know, something is a little bit scary to think about doing. For example, the wheelchair. This is, you know, not something that I have much experience in. I've only been in a wheelchair when I've broken a leg, for example. But it's not hard to imagine the process that one must go through in order to not just get out of a wheelchair and try to do something. Well, they depend on the wheelchair for everything, for their mobility, but even the thought of doing that. And so there's a bit of preparation that must go into that, where you have to make that thought a little bit less scary, and or, depending on the person, convince them to embrace that fear a little bit more readily and to get excited about that fear, that challenge. And then, and sometimes you have to skip that entirely and just get them out of the wheelchair. I don't mean physically, but if the person is willing to do so, to take that leap, so to speak, you know, it's akin to dipping your toes in the pool versus just diving in the pool, because you know it's gonna be cold either way. So you know, either you tiptoe into it or you just dive in. But if the person is willing to go through that process, then now a whole new world opens up. And that is quite literally what happens for the person climbing out of their wheelchair, getting onto the floor, and then figuring out how to move, where depending on what they can or cannot do, we give them very specific instructions as to how they can move. Then that is immediately transferable in so many other ways. It opens them up to thinking, okay, well, if I can climb out of my wheelchair and move in these specific ways, say I don't have use of my leg, well, what can I do? I can, you know, I can manhandle my leg, manipulate my legs. I can pick up one leg and move it to the right, move it to the left, move it forward, move it back. And then I can do that in synchronization with music that might be playing in the workshop. So if I can create this bit of coordination and choreograph this and turn this into something that not only do I feel good about, but other people enjoy watching, then there's a process here, a psychological process, an emotional process that opens me up now, is transferable now to make me think and question, what else can I do?
Yeah, I think
change about myself.
I think that's the power of in the sense of the art form itself as well, and the expression and the individual being involved in it. I guess that's where they go. They start to express themselves and recognize that the boundaries are shifting, and then when they're not in the afterwards, once they've done that, then their lives feel different. They see the world differently. I think that's
Yes,
really that's truly powerful, right, for the individual. That's the thing, that they're really changing their perspective about themselves.
Yes, and I went through that process myself, because when I was a child, because of my deafness, I had speech impediments, and one of those speech impediments was a stutter, which was so bad I couldn't speak almost at all. Psychologically, I was just too nervous to utter any words, and I would need to engage with a teacher or with a shopkeeper or something, and not be able to get words out, physically unable to get words out. And when I began dancing, I had to do the same dive in, no tiptoeing. I just dove in and threw myself into this, what we call a cipher. It's a circle of people all watching each other as one person dances at a time in the center of the circle. Threw myself into the center of the circle, absolutely terrified. I did terribly. I was definitely not happy with what I did, but I did it.
Yeah,
and once I had done it, I could do it again and again and again. And from there, I gained a certain self-confidence that allowed me to begin talking to people, to be less afraid of talking to people. And then bit by bit by bit, I got to a point where I could now not just talk to one person, I could talk to many people and have great comfort and great confidence in speaking to a very large audience.
Yep.
And so we've given speeches now to many thousands of people live, and there's no issue with it. And that's helped me, in interpersonal relationships, how I have a wife, for example,
I think that's a really, very powerful way of seeing how the arts form itself is linked so directly to the personal. We've only got 3 minutes, and I don't want to miss the bit that you were telling us about what's happened and why we're not sitting in a room together, because you're obviously meant to be sitting here chatting to me. Tell us a bit about what's happening, because that sounds like a real challenge and not unexpected from the last few months, really.
Yeah, sure. I mean, we have a bit of we've had a major transition, politically speaking, in the United States, and I was supposed to be at the conference in person with the financial assistance of the U.S. Embassy in Austria. And since the advent of the new administration, all funding for arts programs and other sorts of you might call it foreign aid, or this the type of thing that would have allowed me to come to something like this. All of that funding has been paused for some time while the administration figures out what they do and do not want to allocate their resources to. And so, I don't know that this kind of thing will become international and universal, but it is important for us to make sure that we advocate for ourselves and that we make sure that we are not reliant on one source of funding or support. So much of the work that I was saying that Abilities does is with the support of United States embassies in various countries around the world, where we can reach these audiences in other countries and engage with them, and it helps to promote positive diplomatic relations with other countries, right? It's a wonderful thing. But now this puts me and people like me in a position where we can no longer rely on the government, for example, to do this sort of work. So it's important, I guess the message there is to make sure that we have a variety of resources, a variety of industries or sources of funding, sources of support that we can rely on to continue doing the work that we do, because many of us are very much affected by this, and we're not all that thrilled about it, regardless of what we might think of the administration. Yes, it's just important to make sure that you've always got a plan B, so to speak. You've always got another way, the ability to pivot, the ability to change and adapt. And again, adaptability is the underlying theme of everything that we do in Abilities and everything that we do in breaking. And now we also have to adapt logistically due to the current political situation. So it's quite an interesting thing to compare.
Yeah. So we're in the last minute. I'm really interested in what you think, bearing in mind you've just said the uncertainty you're living with at the moment. What were you hoping to do as a next big step, as an organization, as a group, as a network? Where does it go next for you?
Where does it go next? We will continue to do this sort of work, although perhaps without this category of U.S. Embassy work for some time, unless that comes back into play. But we will continue to do this sort of work. We are going to do a festival of our own in Montreal, which is where the founder of the group is headquartered, where he lives. We are going to do an off-Broadway show in New York City next year. And we have a number of other engagements that are similar to the conference that you are all participating in right now. that we will continue to do and do in a variety of countries throughout the world. So we will continue as if there are no challenges, but of course there always are.
Fantastic. Well, it's brilliant to meet you. I'm so sorry you're not sat next to me and we can carry on the conversation. Thanks for getting up and joining us. And it just is fantastic that, you know, using art and music and the way that you are and bringing people together and challenging them and supporting them is fantastic. So, you know, keep up the good work and it's fantastic to have learned so much about what you do. See you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. See you soon. Bye-bye, guys.
Goodbye.